Hi, today I want to show you how you can build a mobile app inside of Toddle, a real native mobile app, and we're going to submit it today to the App Store, and we're also going to build the APK for Android so that you can then upload this to the Android store as well. And the nice thing is Toddle is a super lightweight, flexible and scalable web framework, and now thanks to Despia, you can turn this amazing technology into something that is a native mobile app that has access to all the native things that a normal mobile app would have access to. Besides contacts, because that is something that Apple likes to reject, and then, like this back and forward. So we just decided to remove that functionality. It is technically possible, but we decided to remove that because it makes publishing for people who don't have that functionality harder, because it still has that technology in the app files, and then Apple doesn't like if people try to access the context, because you could just scrape the user's contacts and send them to a database and all those things, right? But that's a little exclusion of that. But let's get right started with the setup. So first of all, we want to start with a blank Toddle project, just that we start from scratch and, we set that mobile app up. Now, you can also take your existing Toddle application and turn it into a mobile app using Despia. That is perfectly possible too, but just for simplification purposes today, so that there are no missing pieces on that whole thing, I'm just going to start from scratch. But, what you can do is you can just go on Packages and you look for Despia, and you just install the Despia package to your existing project, or, if you haven't started yet, make sure to install the Despia package inside of your project that you want to start to be a mobile app. So now let's actually build this mobile app. So I would propose we just build, a hybrid app, mobile and web, but, we'll just keep the UI simple. So in this example, actually, do we want to make it dark? Or I know a lot of people love dark mode. So we'll do dark mode. We'll do it pitch black. And what I want to build today is I want to build an app that is called Code Keeper, where you can just, paste your code snippets in on the web or on the phone, and you can always access them. It's like your vault for all your code snippets that we accumulate a lot, and then we put it in notes, and we never know where it is in notes, and then it just gets lost, and we have to ask ChatGPT or Claude again, and then it doesn't do the same thing that it did. So I want to make a code thing where you can make like a little description of your JavaScript, paste the code in there, and then you can always find it easy back. So for that, we want to set up authentication. So for this, we're just going to build the authentication screen. So this homepage here, in this example, the homepage is just the authentication screen. So we'll go inside of here, and I'm just going to go and add a form inside of here. So now we have a form. Inside of the form, we want to add an input. So it'll be the input for email. And then I want to wrap this input in a div. And then in this div inside of here, I want to add a label, and then I move it in here. And now I have a label for that input. And now I can say label, and I can say email. And then I can go inside of here on that div, and I'm just going to give this a name of input group. Oh, input group. They won't let me custom name things. Oh no, now it works. Input group. Here you go. Now we got input group, and we have that. So now we want to go on styling on input group, and we want to go flex, and we add a gap of 0.35 rem or 0.5 rem. That looks good. Look at that. So let's zoom in a little bit. So now we got that input, but that's way too bright. So make it a little bit darker, That looks good. And now we want to make sure that this has a font size of 13 pixels maybe, or 14 pixels, because it's like a mobile app. It should be a little bit friendly. And then the height will be removed. And then we'll just add 0.5 6.5 rem gap. 0.5 rem is good. And then we'll make 0.75 rem side padding in here. Actually, how about we make 8.5. Here you go. And then we got, yeah, so that looks good. Let's look at this on a new page. That's actually pretty tiny. How about we make this size 15? Actually, how about we set this real quick to the desktop view so we get like, yeah, we get a better idea how that will look. And then this label here, I want to make this like, 15 pixels. So I do have that inside of here. Then I can add a border on here. I do border all, and then I go color. I'll make it so we have like, maybe a little bit more. Click on here. I'll make it a little bit brighter. So you see we got that input, and then we want to make this 8 pixels so it looks good. And then actually maybe we want to make this 6.5 actually. And then we want to actually maybe make this 1 rem or 1.25. No, 1 rem is good. Here you go. So then inside of here, on this email field, I'll just type e.g Andreas at toddle.dev. There you go. Beautiful. And then in this form, I want to make sure that we have a width of 100% to make it responsive. Then I go on the main div inside of here, and I add a 1 rem side padding and 1 rem top and bottom padding. We'll update the top padding for Android, but now I want to go on that form, and I make a max width of 25 rem, for example, so that we have this whole thing responsive. So I have my form, I have my label, and now we can make some responsive stuff. So I can go on this input, and I'll be giving this input an ID, and I'll call this email minus input. And then I'm going to go on the label, and I'm going to add an attribute for email input. And then I call the title email. So it's responsive and can be seen by screen readers or easier. And then also if I click on email, you see it's going to automatically focus on that field inside of here. Now we do have this focus thing, and I like that we have somewhat of the UI of Toddle, so I'll keep it, but I'll add a transition on there for all properties of 200 milliseconds. It's going to make it, it's not making it nicer. So then how about we just remove the focus and remove the transition, and we'll call it a day. Beautiful. So we got that email, and now I want to duplicate this group. We'll duplicate the group. I go on the side of the form, and I add a 1 rem gap inside of this form. So I got my form inside of here, and then this will be your access code. Access code. Here you go. Yep. We'll do email, access code, and then we'll put inside of here. We'll just do that doesn't look good. How do you do like this asterisk thing? And again, let's just do. Here you go. That looks good. So we got like a little access code preview. So now we go into the form. We'll add a button. Now we got a button inside of the form. And we'll make that button with 100%. We'll center its content, and we'll give it a height of 3 rem. And then, important, we take this button, and we make 8 pixels round. And then inside of here, we're going to say sign up, or login. Now we got those things all set up. And now I have my input groups inside of here. And actually, I do want a little bit more padding here. So what I can do is I can just add a div inside of here and just add one in the middle. That's going to, where did the div go? Oh, it's here. Let's move this in between here. So we just get a little bit more space. So it just counts one more gap unit, kind of like. So we got that. And actually, I don't like the Toddle UI, so we'll just make this white. We'll make it look like Vercel. Here you go. And then to make it really look like Vercel, we need to add a shadow to it. And that shadow will be white. And then we'll make this 30 pixels, so it fades out, and we'll make it slightly go to the right. Here you go. Now I got Vercel kind of like style. So we got this all set up now. And that looks good. Let's look at this in the Toddle preview. That looks very nice. We got that all set up. We got to remove the hover though. We don't want hovers. Generally speaking, if you build mobile apps, don't use hovers. But we'll open this here. And you see, beautiful. We got that login screen here. And we want to see if it is also responsive. Yeah, that looks good to me. That looks very nice. And that looks like a great, a great UI for a mobile screen. Maybe we make it 1.5 RAM. Maybe we'll do 1.75 RAM. That looks good. Beautiful. So, now we got that login screen. Well, now we need some of the functionality to actually create that. Now, for the backend today, just to make it simpler, we're going to use Xano. Xano is a no-code backend that lets you build those things pretty quickly. So first you want to create a database for our users. So I'll add a table and I enter the data manually, and we'll call this, what was it called? Like, I forgot the name, CodeKeeper. CodeKeeper users. You would just call this users database, right? I'm just going to do that because I have a bunch of databases here. And I do important ID, UUID, and never have Xano create CRUD endpoints because those are security vulnerabilities. We'll add that table, and then we're going to add plus, and inside of here, we're going to register the user's email, and we'll call this field email. We'll add that column. And then we're going to add a text inside of here that's going to be OTP. That's the one-time PIN. We'll add that column. And now we got that inside of here as well. So now what we want to do is we want to, we don't have a paid plan in this app, so I do think actually that's sufficient. So we have a user and we have an OTP that's going to be used to validate the user and then create an access token. Let's just enter one user. hey@despia.com as an example. Then the OTP is 123456. Let's just first build the database so we have that relation. Then we create a new database. Again, you would just call this, for example, snippets, but I call it CodeKeeper snippets. So, and then I make this UUID, and there is no CRUD for this. So I have CodeKeeper snippets. This is where people will be able to store their snippets, right? And now we want to go inside of here, and I go text. I'll add a name. We'll save this. Then we'll add a description. Description, that's optional, and then we'll just make this plain text on the format so we can see it easier in the database. Description, because what that will do if you create a record, you see you have that on the side panel and you have a proper editor for that. And then the last thing is we need to add text that will be the snippet. So we do snippet, and we don't have JavaScript available, so we'll just do plain text for that. And we have the snippet so that we can see it actually, again, in that full view editor here. So we'll close this here. And now we need to add a reference to a user so we can know which user this snippet belongs to. So we'll add a table reference here. And I'm going to go to CodeKeeper users. And I'm just going to call this reference field user. And then you see I can create a snippet. So that name can be window, and the description can be do cool stuff. Do cool stuff. We'll save this, and then we'll take that snippet, and this will be window.location.href equals https:// despia.com, just as an example, right? So we'll do that. We'll save this, and then I would link this to my user. This is kind of like how I get that connection in the database. That is pretty much the database structure. That's why I say don't worry about databases. They're easy in Xano. But now we need the API. Now is where it should get scary for you. So now we need to build the API and set this OTP stuff up so that we generate an OTP and we add or edit a new user. So we'll go on APIs here, and I create a new API group for this project. So I'll call this code keeper, and then we'll save this. And now I'm going to add my API endpoint. I'm going to create a custom endpoint, and I call this verify. No, actually I call this OTP slash request. I forgot my naming convention, how I would usually name those things. OTP slash request. Actually, how did I name this on Despia? Let's actually, real quick, let's go on Toddle.dev. Let's just really quick open the Despia project inside of Toddle, because Despia is built inside of Toddle. And I just want to see how I named it over there, because I want to keep my naming consistent. So we'll just double check on that. We'll go on that branch. And we'll look at that. Let's look at auth. It's auth slash OTP. Here you go. There you go. So we'll do auth slash OTP. And then we'll add this. And then the input that this needs, of course, is the email, right? So we'll add the email, and this field needs to be required because we need to receive the email. Then with this email, we want to add or edit a record based on that email. So we have add or edit record in Xano. And we'll do this on CodeKeeper users. Now we take this email and we'll map it to the column in the email. The field name in the add or edit represents your columns in the database. So you want the input email to match with the column of the email. And then you would set their OTP so that they can log in. We don't have it yet, but we'll be generating it one step above. Now in output, I want to name this user underscore record. And now we're going to save this and update preferences. Now I'm going to go on plus, and I'm going to go to random number. Now I want a random number between 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So 6 times 1 and 6 times 9. 999, 999. And then I will call this OTP. I'm going to save this. I'm going to put this over the edit record. And then I take this OTP from here. I have this OTP input. I map it to my variable for OTP and save that. That's how I add or edit a user. So if none is in the database, I'll add one. And if someone is in the database, I'll update their record. Then under here, we would now make an API call to our email API to send that email to the user. So we go external API request, and we would now import a curl from resend. And for that, I'll be just really quick getting my API key, storing that in an environment variable so I have it so that I won't have to show that to you. We'll make a little cut and I'll be back in half a second. So now I got my resend API key. So what I want to do right now is I want to go to, to settings inside of Xano, and I want to create or add my new resend API key as an environment variable inside of here. So I'm going to do resend underscore despia underscore video. It's this one. And I'll just paste this one inside of here. I'll save it. So now I do now I have it in here. Now I go to resend and copy their curl for send one email. And I'm going to paste that curl inside of here. And then just to make it simpler, I'm already going to make this despia app as an example, and I do app at despia.com. It needs to be the resend email that is linked to your resend account. Then this API key in here can already be replaced with object, and then I do API minus key. all in caps. And I'll copy this one already. I'm going to import the curl. We're going to go in this API key here. We'll add a replace filter. We'll search for API minus key. This will be replaced with our environment variable for, where did it went? Where is it? Recent Despia video. We'll update this. That looks good. Then subject will be your one-time PIN is OTP. We'll put this in tokenized text. We'll copy this. We'll add a replace filter. We'll look for this specific text. Why do I add those? Because sometimes you have maybe the word OTP and you don't want it to replace the word. So you want to kind of like wrap those words in quotes, because then you know that you won't write something like this in your email, because that replace filter is very aggressive. Now we'll put our OTP in here. That's how we get dynamic text inside of existing text. We'll do the same thing with the HTML for the email. You can style those, but now I'm just going to say OTP colon. You see, that's why we don't just put OTP in there, because now it says OTP. Then I do my tokenized text of OTP. So I got the code. I would copy that, update this here, and then I would go back actually in here and add my replace filter. Search for OTP. I'll put the OTP variable in here. So what's happening is I create that OTP, update it on the database, and then notify the user. And then they're going to tell me the code, and I see it. Hey, was it the one I sent them? That's how we have like a secure verification. Now, the to email needs to be the one that they inputted. So in resend, the to email here needs to be the inputted email. And then this should all work. So now we have that API with resend. We'll just call this resend underscore API. And now I'm going to pull up my phone because I have my email on there. And we are going to try this out, and we'll see if I get an email. So now we'll run this, and I put my email in here. I do hey@nocodeprocode.com. Hey@nocodeprocode.com. We are going to run this. And I probably don't want to return this part because it's going to return the OTP that maybe actually it's security issues. So we'll just return success. And I did get the email, by the way. So we'll save this. We'll run this again. Now our endpoint is just returning success and not like having a security vulnerability in there. So you see, I got my email here with the OTP. There you go. Beautiful. So now we need to build another endpoint in Xano that will take this email and an OTP, check if they are matching with what we store in the database, right? Because if I were to look at the database right now in Xano, we see I got the OTP ending in 80. We'll see what we have inside of here. We have that OTP ending in 80, and we see a new user was created. So this is kind of like what we now want to validate. And if that is valid, the code they got in the email with the code we store in the database, we want to create an auth token for them to have them authenticate inside of our APIs and inside of our database. So now we'll add an API endpoint inside of here, custom endpoint. We'll make this auth/verify. Now we'll make this a post API. We're going to save this, and then we'll add an input of email. We'll make this required. And then we'll add an input of text, OTP, and we'll make this required. We'll add that input. Now we'll add some test data here. Now I'm going to add hey@nocodeprocode.com. hey@nocodeprocode.com, and then the OTP will be the OTP now in this example that I got in the email, and then we'll test it with the wrong one. So I'll put my OTP inside of here, and now we need to build some of the logic inside of Xano. So we'll add a function here. We'll use getRecord, and we get the CodeKeeper user record from the email column based on the email they enter. And then we'll return this as user_record. We'll save this, update preferences. Now, Under here, I want to add a stop and debug. This is going to help us build the further logic. In that stop and debug, we want to make sure to return the user underscore record variable. And now we're going to run this again. And now we just copy this payload. And under here, we want to create a variable. And this variable will be called backend OTP. Backend OTP. That's the OTP that we know we have on the database. Then we want to validate that with the input OTP. So now I take my user record, I go on subpath, I'll paste this in here, click on define, and then I'll take it here, the OTP. And now if I have my stop and debug, return backend underscore OTP, we'll get the OTP that we know is on the backend. Now we want to validate this with the input. For that, we can use a precondition. This will automatically fail it. So we'll do a precondition inside of Toddle, and now we'll define a condition first. The condition will be backend OTP needs to equal the OTP, the input text OTP. If this is not, we'll say invalid OTP. Here you go. And then we'll just make error type access denied. We'll save this, and then we'll remove the stop and debug, and then under the precondition, we'll create an access token. So, or they call it auth token, right? Auth token. Where did that? Yeah. Create authentication token. We'll create an authentication token for the database. And we don't have our database inside of here, so we got to do one thing with the database. We open our database that we created, go on the three dots on the top right, we go on settings, and now we'll make authentication enabled. We'll save this, and now it should pop up inside of here. Let's look at the databases again, and now we see CodeKeeper users. We'll take this database, and then we'll make this expire in 2 weeks. So I'll just take this, and I'll need to times 14. Thank you, Google. And we'll put that inside of here. Probably want to keep that tab open. Oh, what the heck did I just... Here you go. Beautiful. So now I got that. And now what we want to do is I want to put the ID inside of here, so I know which user this access token belongs to. So now we can go on user record .id. That's how we access that dot notation, and then we have our access token. We'll save this. Let me explain that to you. If we add a stop and debug under the user underscore record, right, and we just return the whole thing, we'll get the whole payload, and we have ID segment, create add, email, OTP. If I go inside of here and I do .id and I save this, I'm going to only get the ID. That's what dot notation is doing. It's targeting the different paths using the dot notation of that JSON object that Xano gives us. So then we'll put this inside of the auth token, and now we have an signed auth token, and we want to return this auth token to the front end. So we do this by going all the way down here to response. We'll click on that, and we'll return this auth token as the response. We'll publish the changes, and now it should all work. If I now have the proper OTP and run this, I'll get an authentication token that I want to save as a cookie on the front end to authenticate the user. Now, if this is a wrong one, it's going to say invalid OTP. So now we got that working. Now there's one security issue. They can always log in with the same OTP because we're not wiping the current version out that is in the database, right? You see it stays there. So we need to do one last thing after we created the access token. We need to edit record. We'll edit the record of CodeKeeper underscore users. And now we'll take the email, we'll map it with the input email, and we'll just reset this OTP to be empty text. And then we'll return this as user underscore record. So it's the same name. Now we'll publish this. Now if I create an authentication token. I'm exchanging that OTP for an authentication token. We'll clear the input for security reasons so I can't regenerate another one under the same OTP, which can be used to misuse your application. So now we got that backend part properly set up, and now we want to just set up the last part for that. And actually, I do need an authentication token for that, so I probably should have saved that. But no worries. Where's CodeKeeper? CodeKeeper. Now I need to create an auth.me endpoint. For that, we can actually take Xano's generic one. We can just, but I don't think we need, we do need an auth.me endpoint. So actually, let's create a custom one. We'll call this auth/me. This will be a get endpoint, and this will be authentication from CodeKeeper user authentication. We'll save this, and then inside of here, we'll just use get record from CodeKeeper users, and then we'll take the ID, and now you say, where does the ID come from? We'll click on field value, we go on auth, and now there is the ID that we signed into the auth token. We'll put this inside of here, and that's how we get the user record based on the parameter that is inside of the JWT, JSON encoded auth token. So we'll do user underscore record. Now, we don't want to return their OTP for security reasons, right? So go on customize response and make sure we uncheck the OTP. We'll save this. We'll update preferences. Now, when I run this, I need to put an auth token here for the user, and then I'll get their information back and not the OTP. Now, I do want this API to fail if it comes back as nothing. So let's see how it looks if I were, actually I can't do that because then it would fail anyway. But we want to put a precondition inside of here. Precondition. I want to put the precondition inside of here. And I go on edit the condition. I want to do user record not equals null, meaning if it's not empty. And then if it is null, we'll say unauthorized. And then we'll do access denied. We'll save this. Now, what is happening with the precondition? This means if no user exists, this is going to throw an error. And the fact that Xano is throwing an error will make the error handling in Toddle easier because we can just use the native Toddle on error event. Because sometimes if you use Xano, those error events don't trigger even if something is wrong with the API because it just doesn't trigger the things that Toddle is listening for. So now with that, we'll kind of like force it. So if this is not null, it will continue with the flow and return the response. If this would be null, it would stop, right? This is what the precondition is doing. So now we can generate this, and you see it goes through the precondition because the information is valid that we have inside of here. So now we'll copy the endpoint URL, and actually we should set up the other things first. But now we have our authentication set up inside of our Toddle mobile app. So what we now want to do is now we want to start actually with the first flow. That's the OTP part. We'll copy that endpoint URL, and now we go inside of Toddle and create a new API. We'll put the base URL inside of here and click on continue. And then we'll just skip their tutorial. And now I'm just going to put the base URL in here, and I just want to put the path as the name inside of here, auth/OTP. This will need to be a post request, and we want to now put on a body into that. So my body will be an object. This is how you send data using form data. I do object, and then I do email. We had the email parameter inside of here, and then we would send an email. Now, how do we map this to an email? That's a good question. We need to create a variable for an email and for the OTP. So we'll create an email variable that will start out as an empty string, and we'll create an OTP variable that will start out as an empty string. And then I go to the input, go to attributes, and bind it to the email attribute. And then I go to the OTP attributes and bind it to the OTP attribute. Now if I type inside of here, hey at NoCodeProCode.com, and I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inside of here, we are going to have this email set as a variable and this OTP set as a variable. So now we got it all set up. That's beautiful. So now that we have this working, we want to put this in our API call. We go to the body, we go on fx, and on this email parameter, which is matching kind of like the structure that gets funneled into our Xano workflow, we'll click on here and we'll bind this to the email variable. Now, if I run this API, you're going to see we're going to get success back, and I should have received my email inside of here. We'll look at that. Yes, I did get my email. Here you go. So now that I got my email, we want to also set up already the verify API and see if that already works too. So we'll now go to our other API endpoint. Oh, I never double click in Xano. Where did it go? Codekeeper. We'll copy that. We'll go to auth verify. We'll copy that endpoint URL. We're going to paste this URL inside of here, and then we're just going to add the path in here so we know which one this is. Here you go. This will be a post request, and now we'll add the body inside of here. We go on fx, we'll add an object. We have to probably send this, if we use Xano, as an object. In here, I'm going to add email. I'll bind this to the email variable. And in here, we're going to add OTP, and I'm going to bind this to the OTP variable. So I'm sending everything properly to the backend. Now, I probably want to update the OTP to the one that actually is the real one. So I'll do 576880. Here you go. And now, as you can see, if I look at the verify endpoint and test this run, you see I'm getting that auth token back. So that's beautiful. Now we got both endpoints, both APIs working. Now we want to connect them with the UI to make a great logging experience. And that's pretty much actually most of the app already done. So now we want to do that as well. So inside of here, we now, have this form. And we want to go, first of all, on this button that is in the form and give it an attribute of type submit, because this will submit the login form. Then we go inside of the form and we go on events, we expand on form, and we look for the submit event. We'll keep prevent default. Under prevent default, we will add a switch. And now we're stuck. So now we need to create a variable to track if the email was sent or if it wasn't sent, because based on if the email was sent and they already have the OTP, we want to either, make a different API call on the same form. So for that, I'll create I'll create a variable called send email. Default value will be false. Here you go. Or actually it should be email sent. Default will be false. Now I go on that form and I do have my switch. Let's make this workflow bigger. Now I go on fx and I'm going to do email sent equals false. That will be true. And then if this is true, meaning if it is false, actually, if it is true that it is false, we're going to send the OTP. And then if it is false that it is true or whatever around, we would do the verify API call. Here you go. Now we got that. Now we want to check out both of our APIs. And now I just want to put my email in here. I already got it auto-filled. We clicked on here and now we see this had success and this didn't trigger. So it's beautiful. And now if I were to click again on here, you will see that this, oh, we're not updating the variable. That's my bad. On this form here, after we did this API call, right? And this was successful, we're going to set email sent to be true. And we'll save this. Now if I click on here, we're going to see that email sent was success. And now if I click again on here and no API and OTP was added, it will say missing OTP. So it did trigger the other endpoint. That's kind of like how we make that switch inside of Toddle, which is actually pretty nice and visual the way they let you do that. So we got that now all working. And now we kind of like, we want to redirect when they actually have that auth token set. So for that, let's really quick create like a dashboard page or something like this. Let's call this dashboard and we'll style it later on dashboard. We'll create that page just so that we can redirect. So now we got this home page here and we go on that form and we go on submit, and then on verify, on success of this, we want to first set session cookies. We want to now set the access token. The access token will be coming from auth verify data. It says null right now because we haven't tested it, but it will come from here. We'll close this, and then expires in needs to be the same as in the backend. We already saved that number inside of here. That's 2 weeks. And we'll close this, and we go back to Toddle, and we'll put this inside of here. You could even have your backend send it as a dynamic parameter. And then on success, important, never do the logic under. You need to look at the on success event because you want to do that after the cookie was successfully sent. We will go to URL/dashboard. And I will save this. And now this is probably working pretty well. Now we want to go inside of here, put our email, sign up or login, right? We want to make animations and make it nice, right? But now I got my OTP. I'll put in the OTP. That's 518364. And now you see, I'm getting redirected because I was successfully logged in. Now, on this page, the issue on this page is I'm not getting the data. I'm not seeing who is logged in. That's why we have our auth.me endpoint. Now, this form is not proper yet because we want to add animations, but I want to keep the cycle of knowledge going. So we'll now just really quick do something on the dashboard page, right? So I do have this dashboard page here. I got this div, and I want to make this width 100%, height 100%. And we'll make this all black in the background. And we'll make the text all white. And then we'll give it a 1.75 rem padding and a 1.75 rem top and bottom padding. And inside of here, I'm going to add text. We got that text. Beautiful. Now I need to add inside of here my auth.me endpoint. So I take the auth.me and I copy that endpoint URL. And now, sadly, actually, because I did this on the free Toddle plan, we don't have server-side redirects, I assume. So we'll just set up that API. And we'll just copy the last part so we can name that API. And then we keep this auto fetch. And now we need to add authentication. The cool thing is Toddle handles that automatically for us. We don't need to set any cookies manually. We'll go to headers. We'll create a new header. We'll add authentication. And then we'll add authentication inside of here. Now, this is not working right now. But probably if we reload, it should work just because Toddle is sometimes funky because you run a Toddle app inside of a Toddle app, so auth can sometimes get a little bit funky. But now we get the data of the user who is logged in. So now I think I will be able to test this. If I go to advanced, they have redirect rules. Let's call this on error. So I want to make a redirect rule that if API auth.me error equals not equals null, then I want to go to go to the home page. And if it is not null, I just put in false. That is going to make the redirect rule. So, because the thing is, if you do this false, it's not going to do anything. But if this is going to be any value like / or whatever, it's on the server redirecting to that appropriate page. So now let's try actually if this works. And then we want to go inside of here on this text fx and just map this real quick to the data and make this JSON encode so we can see it here. So now when I open this page, you will see that we see who is logged in, right? And if I open this on a different browser, let's just copy that inside of here, right? And I'm just going to put that inside of here. And I'm going to log in inside of here. We're going to see, oops, I'm just going to put my email here, hey@nocodeprocode.com, right? And I'm going to actually, let's just try to go to /dashboard first. And as you see, it on the server redirects automatically. So that's kind of like what we wanted to build here. And now if I go on hey at nocodeprocode.com and I put my access token here, or actually, I need to send that email first. I want to hide this first and then like only show it once that email was sent. So we'll work on those animations, right? But I think it's important to understand the principle. So we'll put this code and look at this, it automatically had autofill. And now we'll see, and now we see who is logged in. It's kind of like how we do the authentication, how we know in Toddle who is logged in, and then we can validate that user. So we'll close this, and now we go back inside of our Toddle app, and I will make that login screen fancy, and we'll add error messages and try again and all those kinds of things. But that's the general foundation. And, you know, that is kind of like how we structure the basic auth flow inside of Toddle. But now we want to add, of course, more logic, more advanced stuff to it. So, you know, let's do this right now after I got myself a Starbucks coffee, and I'll be back in half a second. I did have my Starbucks, so now we can continue. So now we got everything, you know, beautifully set up inside of here. And now, you know, I want to start working with animations and haptic and all those things in the app. And you know what? The best way to do this is to now already start setting up Despia. So let's do this. Let's just set it up on the branch. We'll just open this branch inside of here, and we'll go to the Despia dashboard. We'll create a new app, and this is Code Keeper. And now I'm going to put my main branch inside of here. So I'm going to copy this inside of here. I'm going to go back to Despia, put this inside of here, created the bundle ID. Make sure com.despia.codekeeper, put this on my workspace, and now let's create a new application here. Now we got this all set up, and now I want to start uploading my logo, creating the background color, all those things, right? Let's start with the splash screen. This probably wants to be the same color that we have in here for all the other stuff. And then we want to also start integrating the UI. So the light mode background color, we won't have a light mode, will be the same as the dark mode background color, and both text will be white so we can see it. There you go. So now we kind of like want to start uploading that icon. So we go to Canva. Here you go. And let's just look for a code icon, you know. Let's look at one. That looks good. We'll put that in here. And the icon will be black. And we'll make this white. Here you go. And then that's our icon for the app. Here you go. And then we also want to make sure that it looks good for Android. The way I like to do that in Canva, if you use Canva to make those things, I just put a circle in here, because some Android devices will circle them. We'll make it in the background. If there is plenty of room between those sides in the circle, it'll look good on Android too. So we can delete that. So now we have that icon. So I'm just going to export. It needs to be 1024 by 1024. Very important. Here you go. And we'll download that icon. Now, oh, Discord is booming today. Oh. The winner of the Mac Mini is Boostle. Cool. Oh, that was Chris. Congratulations. Cool. Beautiful. And we'll just put the logo inside of here. And I'm just going to now go back to Despia. And we're just going to upload our icon. So I'm going to upload the icon here. There you go. And now I'm going to go on done. Look at this nice animation. Beautiful. Now I can actually delete this one because it's now already uploaded on Despia on the cloud. Beautiful. Now we got that all going. And now the next thing that we want to do is, and actually I do think for some reason it's getting cut off a little bit, or is it just me thinking that? It may actually be the way we present it. Interesting. But, we got that in here, and we'll go back to Despia here, and now I want to upload the splash screen icon. This needs to be type GIF, so I'll just remove the background, make the background inside of here black, and we'll just make this full width. Just put this here. And then we're just going to go on share, and we're going to download this as a GIF, and then we'll make transparent background, and we'll download this, and then we have that also set up for Despia. Let's just close my email real quick. Here you go. And now, oh, there's distribution certificate for some reason downloaded. Interesting. We'll see. We'll get that asset now set up so we can have that nice loading screen. We'll put that GIF inside of here. We'll go back to Despia, drop that GIF on the splash screen. Oh, it doesn't work dropping. Let's go and upload, drop that in here. Here you go. We'll got that splash screen going on. And then we can adjust it, like bigger, smaller. I think 2030 maybe is good. Yeah, that looks nice. And now we can delete this one too. I could adjust the offline screen, right? Let's use the AI to set up the offline screen. And I can say, make offline screen looking like Vercel / linear for an tool for developers. So make it look good for devs. Also, only have it be background black. On light and dark, only black. Here you go. I'll send that to the AI, and now it's building that offline screen for us. That's the only thing that we sadly can't build in Toddle yet, because Toddle doesn't let us, compile this to HTML, and that's what we need for the offline screen in order to have it work and show offline. But for that, we have a cool AI that's actually helping you build this so that you don't have to do this manually yourself, and you can use, the AI that's trained, on the way we do those things. That looks good, but why is there some random icon? No icons. That's one of the downsides of having AI in a product. It's good, but, I don't want the icon. So please be patient with our AI. Here you go. It's going to build that all for you here. Beautiful. Here you go. Now we have it without an icon. We try connection, checking network settings again. That looks pretty cool, right? So now I'm going to save the file, and now this updated the offline screen file. And now we want to think actually about some settings in the app, right? So we don't need to do push notifications, so we just leave those empty. If not, you just sign up for one signal. We have a native integration, and if you're a Despia user, you get one signal for free. And then we say, do we want BioAuth logs so people can't open the app unless they're authenticated? We don't need that. Do we have in-app purchases for iOS? We won't have that. The cool thing is you won't need to set up in-app purchases through Despia inside of the Android app. You do this inside of the APK, so you just need to call our packages, our actions in there. But for Apple, you need to put that secret in there because they are always concerned about privacy. They always want to double do things. But then we have the offline screen. We have in-app link handling. I just have open external links in-app, and we'll just keep those things blank. Then we got that UI. We already did that. Format on mobile view, I'll make it portrait. On tablet and iPad view, I'll make it auto. I don't want to stop the phone from shutting down. Pull to refresh, no. And then pull to refresh color in this example would probably also be the dark color. And then dark mode spinner color would be white. Light mode spinner color would be white too, because we only have dark mode here. So then we do native spinner theme. That's gray. That looks good. And then we have app feedback. Yeah, I want them to rate it on the App Store. Swipe navigations. Actually, I'm going to turn it off for this one, because I do think with the offline screen that may not be the best user experience. Because think about it, they log in and then they swipe to the side, and then, you know, it's kind of like they're back where they started. It makes sense for a lot of apps, but I don't think it makes sense for this app. And then screen zooming, we don't want the users to zoom in, so we'll just keep this on where it prevents that. So now we got this. Now that's kind of like the whole setup. Now I want to export that code, and right now I just want to export that for Xcode. So it's now, of course, going to ask me to pay, but I don't want to pay, so I'll generate something on my database actually real quick. So now, after paying for Despia, let's just really quick log in again, / dashboard. Here we go. And we'll look at our app. We got CodeKeeper inside of here, and we got it all working. And now I want to export that iOS package. I can also do auto-publish, but I'm not going to auto-publish it. I just want to export that and test it first locally on my machine here, because I have a Mac computer. If you don't have one, you can use auto-publish and then have it sent to your client's iPhone, and they can test it through TestFlight, because we do have a native TestFlight integration with Apple, you know? That's pretty cool. But now it's going to build that app, so we got that source files and all of that. I would not suggest actually publishing the build app to the App Store if you never published an app before, because it gets complicated with, you know, like app groups, signing certificates, all those things. You can do it. And it's pretty simple. It's just you want to make sure that you create your app groups for your bundle ID, and then you make sure that you assign those, because you have to register one signal under a separate bundle ID. Otherwise, your APNs won't work. It's just that if you do auto-publish, we'll have this run through CodeMagic. That's the same technology that Flutterflow uses for their automated publishing, and they take care of that. They do that automatically for you, those things. It's just, if you're if you don't feel yourself comfortable using Xcode, I would just only use this for testing. But if you feel yourself comfortable using test code, probably publish it over there. You may be able to fork with Despia, add features it doesn't have, or features we charge you extra for, right? You can just give this to a developer, this thing that you downloaded here, right? You can take this, give it to someone on Fiverr, say, you know, add the feature that, you know, gets all their context and sends that to my database. And then if Apple will approve it is a different thing. But you could add that, you could fork around with it as much as you want, right? Which you can't do if you auto-publish it, because then we'll talk to Apple for you. And that's pretty convenient, because you save upwards of $200 for a developer who would publish it for you if you don't have the technical skills. But let's just open this package here. Make sure you have Xcode installed, and we'll go on app.xcode workspace. And now we'll trust and open. And now we got that app inside of here. And now I'm just going to click on build on here, and it's going to build that app, and I'll be able to test it on the computer. You don't need to touch anything else. That's the cool thing about it. So we'll have this build, and build failed. What's going on here? What happened? We got the bundle ID. We got those things. Interesting. Empty collection requires an explicit type. What happens if I make an... Yeah, okay. I need to update one thing on my code base, actually. Here you go. It's good. I got to update that one thing, actually. Because I did change it for Android. Because in Android, it's like when you generate an array, it's kind of like in an object. But if it's empty, you just keep that object empty, because it's Java. In Swift, if you have an empty array, it needs to have a string in there. I don't know why. So how about we just... This is a bad solution, but it's going to work. We'll just put those in here. And then I'm going to rebuild this again. Here you go. Yeah, I did not want to to do it like that, but I gotta update that. I gotta update that if you don't have anything, it just automatically adds an empty string in there. But now it should work. Now it should build it successfully. Now we'll open the Xcode workspace. We'll trust and open the project. And now we'll run this again. And let's look at this empty collection. Interesting. No, this works now, right? That errors are cleared because I have a new file in here, right? Yeah, now 60. By the way, don't even worry about getting that purchase code. It's already deactivated when the video is airing. We do have that purchase codes inside of everything, right? So that we can track if you're using Despia authorized or not. And if you use it unauthorized, you know, you're in breach of license. But, you know, we got that all set up inside of here. We can actually see every time someone opens the app, we have this license inside of your app so that should you make a chargeback for Despia, we can always kill your app. We don't kill your app if you like don't pay your monthly fee or whatever, but if you are like making a chargeback, like if you pay for it and then you don't say like, hey, you know, like I don't like it, can I get a refund, right? That's okay. But if you just like say it's great and you publish the app to the App Store, then all of a sudden make a chargeback, we have it built in the framework that we have like a kill button on your app if you make a chargeback, because then, you know, like you're kind of like committing fraud, and I don't like that. But now we got our app inside of here. And if I click on Toddle, you see it opens it in an in-app tab. That's kind of like the settings that we set up. And we have this now working and it looks good, right? So that's pretty cool. And now I just want to close the Xcode thing. Here you go. And I do have that app now in the simulator that I have available to me inside of here, right? I have that simulator. And now what I can just do is, while I'm making updates on the app, I can look at that in the simulator. So let's make this full width here. And same with Android, right? We do also have Android available. But we'll just focus on iOS today because people told me they like Apple better. And let's just continue with the setup here. And actually, I also want to get this to my iPhone, but we'll do that later. What I'm going to do now is I want to set up some things. So on this button here, on click of this button, or actually we'll do it for responsiveness on submit. No, actually it should be on click. On click, I want to make haptic feedback. So I'll do Despia haptic feedback. This is going to make the phone vibrate. And then I do heavy. And it's going to vibrate. Now when I click on that button, right? And then when I focus on this input, I also want this to vibrate, but I want it to vibrate a little bit more gradual. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to go on input and I'm going to do focus. And I'm going to go haptic feedback. Haptic feedback. I want light feedback on that. Oh, and I'm on inspect. I'll copy that and I'll do the same thing on this in here. And I go on input and I want to do this on focus. Now, we'll do haptic feedback. Light. Now, I can't test this inside of the simulator. I would need to hold my phone in the hand and see if that works, right? So now that we have that set up, I actually like now sending this to TestFlight. So just that I have it on the phone, and while I'm making edits in Toddle, I can preview it on my phone in real time, so I can work with two hands at the same time. So let's do this together, right? So we got Despia. And now we need to kind of like set up our profile. So I go to export iOS project and I go to auto publish. Now I need to register an app with the App Store Connect. So you need an Apple developer account. That's actually why we also have the export. So you can test without having an Apple developer account because it costs $99 a year. And you don't need to do this while you develop because if you have an Apple machine, you can just test it on Xcode without a developer account. But we'll just close a few things here. And we'll close this. And now I need to go to App Store Connect and I create a new app. We'll create a new app. And this app will be called Code Keeper. We'll try to submit it to the App Store too. code keeper. Primary language, English US, bundle ID. Now we need to create actually a bundle ID. So we go to certificates, identifiers, and profiles, and we'll create a bundle ID here. So now we'll make this code keeper, and now I need the Despia bundle ID. So the Despia bundle ID is com.despia.codekeeper. That's the one that we saw at the beginning. I probably need to add a function where you can actually see that during development, but it's codekeeper. And now we need to make a few things. I need to check app attest. I need to do app groups, and then I need to go and do push notifications. So we'll go to push notifications. Where is that? Push notifications and broadcast compatibility. Here you go. Now we got that all set up. Now I need to go on continue and register. Beautiful. Now I want to go back to codekeeper. It's going to load a little bit. And now that I have my app group selected, I need to go back and configure the app group. And then in this example here, I need to select actually the app group that is for this bundle ID. So we need to first create one right now. So let's go and create an app group. So now we are kind of like we need to go back to our Apple developer account. We'll log in here and we go back to identifiers. And now under identifiers, we need to create an app group. And I have my smart documentation with me on my phone, actually. Here you go, because there are a lot of steps we got to do here. So we need to go to identifiers and we need to click on plus. And now we need to create an app group. Here you go. And we need to continue with that app group. Now that description will be app group for code keeper. And then the identifier, we need to create that identifier for that app group. And what is our syntax again? That is group.com.despia. I need to put those things in the dashboard. group.com.despia. And then we'll put the Despia ID, that is code keeper dot one signal. That's how we register for one signal. So that's group, and then we do the bundle ID. So we do group.bundle ID com.despia.codekeeper and then .one signal. That's how we create that app group. We'll continue and we'll register the app group. Now we have app group for codekeeper, and we'll go back on Apple developer. We'll go on the account and we will go on certificates, and we are going to go to identifiers. We go on codekeeper. That's our identifier, our bundle ID. And now we need to link that app group with it. That's also what you need to do when you publish that. You also need to do the app attest if you have us publish it for you, so that you grant us access to do, certain things for us on the cloud using the API. But now we'll configure that app group and we'll link it with the app group for codekeeper that uses the one signal. The other one I built is like group.com.despia.magic, but you take the one that is group.yourbundleid.one signal. So we connect with the APN for one signal to have GDPR compliant push notifications. So now let's edit that again. Let's double check. Yeah, we have that correct. And then that is it. Now we'll save this. We'll confirm. And now we have this set up here beautifully. So we got that now configured. Now we need to go and do a few other things. We go back to Apple Developer, and we are going to go back to our account, and then this is where we will start with the next thing. But before that, we need to go back in here and now select our proper bundle ID, and we'll just reload this on App Store Connect. So we'll create the new app, new bundle, and we'll do this code keeper. Let's see, is there already no patent on that? We'll do English US, and now we'll select our bundle ID for code keeper. And then the SKU will be code keeper. And then we'll do full access for testing. This is for iOS. and we'll create this. Now we'll create that app. Name you entered is already being used. Shit. CodeKeeper AI. There you go. You just put AI at the end and it will work. This is why I kind of like said, let's see if we can get it published on the App Store, because I think we'll maybe get some trademark issues with the name. But, we'll see. CodeKeeper AI. And, then we have that inside of here. And now what we need to do, that we have created that app in App Store Connect, we go on App Information, and we copy the Apple ID for this app under Information. Now we'll go back on Despia, and we'll put the App Store app ID. That's the Apple ID. And now we need to select a development team. We don't have one yet. So let's go on Plus, and now we need to create a new development team. For that, we're going to go back to Apple Developer. To the homepage, we'll scroll down, and we see here we have our team ID. We'll copy that team ID, and we are going to go to put that team ID inside of here. Then we have the issuer ID. The issuer ID is found on App Store Connect. So we'll go back to App Store Connect, and we are going to go, where did I put that? We go on App Store Connect, on Users and Access. We go on Integrations. We go on App Store Connect API, and then we go on Generate Key. It needs to be a team key. This team key will be called Despia, and then ideally your project, because you may have multiple ones for different projects. So we do CodeKeeper, even though you probably you should probably name this based on the workspace that you're working with Despia. So like my workspace, you can build any app on that key. It's just if you collaborate with other people, that may be a thing. And the access role needs to be app manager, and then we'll generate that. Never give it admin. Only app manager. That's all the power we need. And then we'll move this a little bit to the side here, put the simulator over here, right? And what we need to do is we need to download the API key. And now we're going to get a P8 file from Apple. We'll put that in here. And now we need to do a few things. Let's first start with the issue ID. We'll copy the issue ID. We'll go to Despia. We'll put this inside of here on the account issue ID. Now we have the P8 file. We'll drop it in the uploader. We'll go on done. Now we got that in here. And then we need the App Store Connect key ID. And we'll go inside of here and copy the key ID. And now I'm going to, where do we go? I'm going to put the key ID inside of here. That's all I need. Now I can delete that, all other stuff. And we'll make this big. And now it's going to, publish this to the App Store. Let's say connect with Apple Developer account. Now it's going to connect that Apple Developer account. Now I have this available here. I'll select this developer account. And now I can click Send to App Store in one click. And now this build will take 3 minutes, and it will be on the App Store. Not published yet, but it will be on your App Store account, and then you can manually publish that. We turn it off so it automatically publishes because I think you should be able to test it first on there. And now, after a few seconds it stops loading, you won't see it on the account yet because Apple is processing that, and will actually run this for you on a virtual M2 Mac Mini. So it will take a few minutes, sometimes 5 to 10 minutes. And now I'll make a little break, and then we'll be back in 10 minutes and see if it worked. Hi, so now it finally went to the App Store Connect. So let's reload this in here. Here you go. And now we see we have that app uploaded from Despia using the native App Store connection. So now I click on Manage, and now I want to say Null Algorithms Above, because Apple has this missing compliance thing because they want to make sure that, if you use something like Face ID, if you use, some sort of those SDKs, that you are not misusing them. So we'll just say none of them above if that is true. And then, it says ready to submit. So now you're ready here for submission to that. So now I want to get this on TestFlight. So I have to connect this now with my Apple ID. So I add internal testing, and I create a new group. And I would just call this, CodeKeeper Testers, right? I'll create that group, automatic distribution. Yep, we'll generate that. And now I have my group. Now I need to add people to the group. So I'm just going to select my Apple ID inside of here. And now I am invited to test this on TestFlight. So let's reload and let's see what the status of that is. Sometimes it can take a little bit before TestFlight sends you that email, but actually this time it was pretty quick. Look at that. Here, I'm invited to test this on TestFlight. I'll just, oh shit, I just deleted the email. Where is it? No, I didn't want to do that. Here you go. Now I click on test and TestFlight. And now it's going to say Code Keeper, and it lets me install that app using our native TestFlight integration. Now it's going to load, and I'll be able to test that app. How cool is that? Now let's open that app. Look at that. It's going to say this app wants to track your information. And allow. And now it says thank you for downloading. And I got my app. And I click on Toddle. I actually do have the Toddle pop up. Look at that. So now I got that app on my phone. And I have it on TestFlight. So now I can test it on a real iPhone, as you can see. Got that app right inside of here that we built in Despia. And I can open it and I can test it. I can close it. It's like a real application. There you go. Look at that. I got it on here, all over the cloud. And this is how I get it on my iPhone through if you don't have a Mac computer. The easiest way, though, if you have a Mac computer, would be using Despia's publishing, right? Because with Despia's publishing, not with Despia's publishing, would be with just opening the file. Because if you build this on your virtual device, you can just plug your cable into your computer and get it on there as well. This method is just if you want to publish it, you can send it to your testers. So you can have your team test your app as well without having to them plug their phone into your computer. So that's how we do that. So now let's actually, try this app. How well does it work? We see the keyboard already. So this is the cool thing. I can test it now while I build inside of Toddle. And this is how I build mobile apps in Toddle and how I use Despia for my benefit. And now, actually, while I'll develop this, I'll just pull this Despia app up, close it, go back to the home screen, and just open it again, and then I'll just test it again, right? This is kind of like my process when making mobile apps, because I want to get it as quick on the device as possible so I can test the real experience, what I'm building, how does this feel for the user, what's actually, how is this actually working? So we'll try this, and ooh, the vibration is working. Oh, that's so cool. I'm always so amazed by the thing that I build here. And it's not just me. There's a great team. Like John is great. Like everybody is great who helped with building Despia. There are more people behind the scenes. I'm just built the front end and the interface and the back end for it. But the iOS part, there are some brilliant minds that are way smarter than me, helping me with the code magic and all that. So I also appreciate all of their work. It's not just me. It's a great team, and I'm very happy to have such a great team. But it's finally working. I'm so happy. Spent way too much money on building this. But yeah, here you go. Beautiful. This is so great. This is so great that it works. That's so cool. And then it vibrates. So now we want to set up the other parts. So in here, we want to kind of create maybe an object here called error message as a variable, right? And we'll make this an object so that we can track multiple states. Now we say message, that will be empty, and then we say show message, that will be a variable false, just so that we can animate it, because I don't want to just show and hide. I want to have a nice animation in there. So show message, and we have the message itself to track the state. Then I go on the form, and I can just add a div block here. And in that div block, I add a paragraph. And in this div, I'll give it a styling of side padding 0.75 rem and top and bottom padding 0.75 rem. And then I go in here. Background color will be slightly gray. Here you go. And then we'll take the text color. That will be all white. and then we'll make the center, and we'll make the size 13 pixels. Here you go. And then inside of here, we'll make the radius 8. There you have it. And that's our error message. And, you know, we have it directly inside of this form, so we can, you know, show the user an error. So now we got that error message. We want to now map this fx with error message, the text, so that we can show the error message inside of our application. And then we want to kind of like set that error message on error. So inside of here, we go to events on submit, and then I have OTP, auth OTP, and then I have on error. And on error of that, I want to set the error message object. And I take the current error message, and I'm going to set the message now. I do set, and I do path message. That's how I'm setting the message in that object. So this kind of like a global variable, how we track, you know, state inside of Toddle. Now this is more of a Toddle thing than a Despia thing, but now I will say something went wrong delivering something went wrong delivering your email. Please check your email address and try again. Here you go. Something went wrong with your email, and try again. Here you go. And then I'm going to set show message to true. We'll close this, and then I'm setting this message now when this has an error. So in this example, I will get that message now. And now I will make sure that also the text inside of here is centered. So now on error, we also want to have some haptic feedback in Despia. But let's first get that thing working before we add the fancy stuff here. So we show this. Now I kind of like want to animate this, and where it is in, it has a 1 rem gap. This will be important later on. So now we take this div and I add a class of hidden, and then I add styling to that hidden class. Oops. And I go hidden, I create a style, and I make the default height here, maximum height 999, and on hidden, I make the max height 0. That's how I animate. And then I do the top and bottom padding 0, and I do opacity 0. That's how I animate it. And then I go with placement on the 3 dots, and I do -1 rem. So, actually, top padding -1 rem, so it balances it out, and then, you know, you have that adjustment. Then I want to go on default, and the default layout on the 3 dots needs to be overflow X clip, overflow Y clip, so we don't have any overflow. And then I need to go on default, scroll down, go on transition, and I add a transition for all properties of 300 milliseconds. Now, if I toggle between those classes, we see an animation. So let's just copy the class, remove the class on it, and you see we toggle that animation. So now we can just go and add that class again. That will make it, keep it hidden. Now we want to toggle that class based on a condition. So we take error message, show message. If show message equals false, we're going to add hidden. So now we're showing the message because we do have an error inside of here. So let's reload the page and let's try this again. Now we see it is in the hidden state. And now when I type in something that is not an email and try to log in, it's saying something went wrong delivering your email. Please check your email address and try again. Now we got that beautifully working. Now we can also go on this input here, and we want to probably make a type email, so we don't even are able to submit this without an email. Now that's going to look terrible on HTML, so on your web app, but it's going to look beautiful on mobile, because when I now go in here and try to submit it, actually it's not going to show up on mobile. So, you know, this is kind of like the validation why we're adding those things inside of here. It's not going to show up on mobile because I don't think that's the default how Apple handles those. I do think we need to do required on this, required true. I think that is when it will show up. Let's try that. That's the cool thing of testing it directly on your phone as you make those changes. Yeah, you see now if it is required, we'll see, it's probably a bad way to show it. It will say like fill out this field. So this is where we get that default then. So we need to make this required. This one doesn't need to be required. Actually, we need to require those things on the form and toggle the required one. Because if email was sent, this is required. If email was not sent, this is not required because they're both in one form. Adds complexity to it. Let's think about it. We'll have this required attribute. We want to make it conditional. Right now, no email was sent. So if email sent equals false, this is true, then this will be required true because no email was sent yet, right? And then, because then we don't need this required. So if I go to orders@despia.com, gotta promote that Despia domain now, right? And that email was sent, now you see this input is false. And now we want this access code to be, required true. So we add required, and we'll add a condition here, email sent equals true. If the email sent equals true, then this will be required. And then when I try to submit this form, this will say, please fill out this field. So we have that logic working. The nice thing of using Despia together with Toddle is you have that flexibility. You don't usually have this kind of flexibility in mobile development. And that is why Despia is first class and, does a great job with that. Also, one pro tip when you build something in Despia, Toddle doesn't change the body color, which can result if you have, if you, for example, go inside of here, and I don't know if you can see that, but you see how the color of the background changes because it's white in the background. So like actually, Despia tries to render the whole page, including the body. Toddle doesn't let you change the body color natively. To change that, you just simply add a style tag inside of Toddle, ideally as far on the page as you can do. And then you just go in here and you write following CSS. You do body. Here you go. And then we do body. And we do background color. And then we'll add the background color that is, black. Here you go. And then let's see if that actually, here you go. You see now when we scroll on our Toddle side, we don't get like this white thing. And that also solved it then on our app because it automatically renders those things based on the body color. So now if I type, you see, and I scroll inside of here, there is no color flickering on the background of the keyboard. So this is kind of like how we get that great experience. And we automatically then have the keyboard pop up based on where we click on and all those things. Beautiful. So now we got an even better experience because experience is everything. Because when Apple reviews your app, they are not looking for technology, even though there's enough with Despia. They're looking for user experience. That's what gets your app denied. If you have a terrible user experience, Apple is looking for those little things like, oh, there's like a white background in there. And like, if you get those things right from the beginning, you'll have an easier way getting approved on the App Store. You won't have any challenges with that. They'll just approve it first time. But here you go. Now you got that set up with the error message. Now we kind of like want to adjust this a little bit. So when there is an input on any of those, right, I want to clear the error message because then the user is actively trying to resolve that. So on input of this element here, right, on input, I want to then go to error message and I want to take the current error message and I want to, I want to go in here and I want to do a little thing. I want to go on input and I'm going to set show message to be false so that the message disappears. But I don't want to wipe out the message because otherwise then we'll get some content flashing because it'll wipe it out before it can fade it out, right? Now if I click on here, you see it nicely removes this. So but I still want to wipe it out because now I just have it false, but still the error message here. So I go on this input, and then I add a little sleep after 200 milliseconds. And then after the sleep is over on tick, I'll go in here and I set this error message. And I'm going to take the current error message value, and I'm going to set the message to be empty. So now, if I produce an error, let's reload the page. I probably need to remove the required attribute actually real quick. Or let's just manipulate this. Let's just make this true. No, then it's going to cause another issue. Let's just make this false. Let's just remove that required attribute real quick. Because we want to kind of like make sure it has a great experience. We'll just copy this formula and remove it. Here you go. Now, if I submit this, I'm going to cause an error, right? And then what's happening is I have in my error message, the message and the state. Now, if I type something, I want to remove the state so it fades out, but I don't want to remove the messages. Otherwise, it's doing this. And now you see with that delay, we clear both out and we have a blank slate. That's kind of like how you want to do those things. So now we got that beautifully working. We want to transfer that same thing on this input as well. So we go up on this input here, and we go on input. We set that message. So we'll go on here on input. We'll set that message. And then we do the same thing with the little delay, with the sleep to wipe that state out. So we have a nicer user experience inside of our application, because that is really what Apple is looking for, and we want to get it on the App Store. So we'll wipe this out, and now we have a great experience, right? If I now click on here, we got it like this. Look at that. Beautiful. Now, I do need to make this required. So I'll add required, and now I add my formula. If email sent, equals false again, right? Because if email sent, this is required, then I will be forced to put in that email before I continue. So this is great. Now what I want to do is when the access code is also wrong, we want to, have another error message. So I go on the form and I go on submit, and I take the error here and I just copy it and I just adjust it a little bit. Let's go on error, and then on error, if the OTP has an error, we know there is something, the OTP is not right. So we go on FX inside of here, and the message will be the entered access code is invalid. The entered access code is invalid. The entered access code is invalid. Please check your spam and try again. Here you go. And then we'll set that state to show the message. So now if we put that email inside of here, we'll do hey@despia.com. We'll create a new account, sign up or login, right? Now we should switch this over, right? Email is sent is true. Now I should have received an email. Let's open my emails real quick. A lot of emails from Apple. Okay, and we'll put that inside of here, and I do a wrong pin. And now it's going to say the entered access code is invalid. Please check your spam and try again, right? And then what we maybe also want to show inside of this paragraph is a span saying resend access code. For that, I can just add a span inside of here, and that span will just simply say space resend access code. I actually want to have a break in here, so let's type that in here. Beautiful. Resend access code. So I can go on the span, and then I can make it a color. So I can go to the span, and I can make it size, maybe 400. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we'll just keep inherit. Oh, gosh. Here you go. We'll make this inherit. We'll just make it like bold and blue. So go to the span, and we'll make it size, weight 500, 600, and we'll go text color, and we will make that text color blue, and I want it more like neonish, so we'll do, here you go, that kind of blue stands out. Here you go. So we have resend access code, and maybe I want to add like a little error in here, so we'll do, there you go, resend access code. So it stands out and people can see now I can resend the access code. So take the span, and then we can just do the workflow to reset that access code on click of that span. So I do onClick. I want to do a few things. OnClick, I want to set email sent to be false, and I also want to wipe out all errors. So I take error message in here, and I take the current error message, and I'm going to set show error to be false. Then I do my sleep for 200 milliseconds, and then I'm going to go and set error message variable, and I'll take the current show the current error message, and I'm going to set now the message to be empty. Excuse me. And then we are kind of like resetting the whole thing, and we're going to then, you know, restart the whole flow. If I click on here, it's going to reset that, but it didn't remove the class for some reason. That's interesting. Let's look at that. Show error message true. I think we set it to, maybe there's a typo in what we set. Let's look at that. It did send this. Oh, it was show message, not show error. So show message. We just created like a new item in that. That was what caused that issue. Let's retry that again. I think I should do this yellow. Let's, you know, we got to put that email in here. So we'll do hey at despia.com, and then we'll go to the access code, and then we will put, we'll send that email here, and I will get my access code. We'll wait for the access code. Let's see. Oh, internet is bad right now. Okay, here you go. And I'll just put a wrong access code actually. And then we got that reset. So let's try resending. Here you go. And then it resends the email. And now I try again. Here you go. Beautiful. It should also, when we try to resend that, it should also wipe out actually the access code variable. So I want to go in here, and I want to then go and set the OTP to be empty. So when I click on here, it wipes that number out, so I can try again. And then we also want to kind of like hide this if we are not, if we haven't sent that email yet, right? So the way we want to do that is we want to add a class on this input group of hidden, and then if this is hidden, we'll create a style for the hidden class, and we'll make the default 999 pixels, and then we'll make overflow clip, and then we go on the hidden state, and we'll make that maximum height 1 pixel, and then we go to the placement, and we go on the top, -1 rem. Here you go. And then we'll have this fade out to be opacity 0. And I go on the default state, I add a transition of all elements, and make it 300 milliseconds, so we have a nice animation. We'll just copy the class and then remove it, and then we'll see how that animation looks. Yeah, it looks nice. Look at that. Beautiful. We go on classes, add that again, go on fx, and then we do email sent equals false, and then we want that hidden. So now there's no email sent, though I think there is like a very big border for some reason here. How is that occurring? Let's look at this. Let's look at this. That's good. That's good. That's not good. So actually, different approach. Let's take this input inside of here, and then in order, oh, that's the input group here, right? And this needs to be in the input group. So you have this input group, we put this in here, and then I got this for some reason down here, which is interesting. And I want this then to have, actually we don't need this. We can just save this because now we kind of like just show one at a time. Let's try that. Now we see that. And okay, we need that space, but we need that space in this group. So we'll add that div and we'll make this, and I think maybe this already does it. Like this already adds sufficient gap. I think maybe a little bit. Let's make height 0.5 rem. Yeah, that's good. That looks good. I think that's good. Yeah, let's reload that in here and we'll see how this looks. We'll put our email inside of here. Login, sign up or login. We get that animation. We'll put the wrong access code inside of here. We'll get that access code. We'll wipe it out, right? We can adjust it, still put the wrong in here. And then we're going to reset this. And then, you know, we can say sign up or login and we get a new code. And that's kind of like how we get that flow. Now let's try putting the current, the right code inside of here. That's 6030883. We'll sign up or login. Now it says navigate to dashboard. So if I now go to dashboard, we'll see we're authenticated. So now we have that workflow all set up. That should be all properly working. So, you know, now we could just, you know, try this on our mobile device or on our app that we have through TestFlight. Or just open the TestFlight. You don't need to make any updates. It just automatically syncs it with Toddle. So I can put my email here. Oh, I love that. I love that haptic feedback. Let's put my email inside of here. Right, I'll put that inside of here. I get my access code and look at this. It automatically gets the access code from mail. We automatically have that built. You don't need to do anything with the email. Despia automatically scrapes your emails and lets you autofill the access code. And then you just autofill it and you are authenticated in the app. Look at this. We natively support autofill, which if you build with PWA, it most of the time doesn't work actually. But that is pretty cool. And you now authenticated on your Despia app. So that's how that works on the native part with authentication. Now, you may ask yourself, you know, now if I open that app, and that's actually a valid thing, if I open this app in Despia here, right? Again, I go back to the login screen. And that's not a good user experience because the cool thing in Despia, whenever you set a session cookie on your web application, Despia automatically routes it to the local storage and some of the times to the index database that native app has access to. So what we can do is on this homepage, we can take the auth.me endpoint that we have inside of here, right? And we can just rebuild it a little bit. So we'll paste that auth.me endpoint here and we do a new server-side redirect. That redirect will be on success. I go on FX and then I go to auth.me and I do error. If error equals null, meaning we are authenticated, I'll copy that. I'll add an if statement, so I put it in here. Then we go to /dashboard. Else we'll do false, we'll stay on the page we're in. This way, because I'm now authenticated through the native app, if I open the native app, I'm immediately going to the dashboard. Now, we do have that little period because we don't really have server-side redirects because we're not paying for Toddle, which is kind of sad. But we can, you know, if you don't have a Toddle paid plan and you still want it to look nice, here's an easy way how we can, you know, make it look better. We can just add a loading variable. By default will be false. And then what we just do is on auth.me, on event, and we do on success. Actually, we're going to make this on failure because we only want to show this if they're not authenticated, right? The login screen. So we do on error, we're going to make loading false. Actually, it needs to be default true. So default is true. It is still loading the page. And then on auth.me, right? When this was on error, we'll set it to false. And then we go on this main body, this main div inside of here, and we'll add a class of hidden. Here you go. I'll add my string, and I add the hidden class, and then on hidden, I'll make opacity 0. I add default, so we have it nicely fade in, and then I add transition all 300 milliseconds. So now I go to my hidden class, and I go on hidden. In here, on hidden, I'll do if loading equals false, or if loading equals true, actually, then I want it hidden, because then if it's false, if it was loaded, I want to show that. So in here, we have that API call, and now you see I'm getting redirected, so I won't see this inside of here because I'm authenticated. So if I now open that app inside of here, you see we're going immediately to the page without content flashing. But then, it's probably worth upgrading to the Toddle plan so you have that server-side rendering, so it just immediately loads without that delay from that API call. But, I just don't have it because this is the free Toddle plan and they didn't upgrade me. And, I already have like 2 or 3 plans I pay for, so I was like, I don't need another one for my videos. But, I got that working here. And then I could also just technically, let's try that, on auth me, on success, I could also remove that because I just need to bridge the time of it loading. So I could just go on success, and I just also set this false on success. It should work, and then it should make editing in the editor also way easier. We'll see. We'll have that fade in, right? And let's see how it works in the mobile app. We'll open the mobile app. We do get that content flashing. So how about we only do this in the editor? So we have it easier to edit, right? That is important for me. So I only need this in the editor, not on the live side. So we'll go on auth me, and then on success, we'll have this set this loading to false. But I add a switch, and that switch will be current URL equal current URL includes the word Toddle. But actually, no, I need to look at the branch. Branch name. We're right now at the main branch. Interesting. I don't think we have a branch. Oh, we do have a branch name. Is there like is editor, is server? Let's see. Current URL includes main, and then we do not. But we're right now on the main branch, or that is complicated to solve. So we'll try how are we doing this? I think maybe it's just better investing in the server side thing. We'll have the current URL if it includes, what is unique to this Toddle project? It includes branches, start. Let's see. I want to look how the Toddle URL of this page looks when it's in the editor. So let's add a text field inside of here. And we probably want to make that text on this page white so we can see it. And I want to double click on it, and I take current URL. And now you see this is Toddle preview. This is great. So if this includes _ Toddle preview, I want to, do the logic a certain way. So what we do is we go on our API call, auth me. So we see it in the editor, but we don't see it in production. And I go inside of here. If this includes Toddle preview, so if the current URL includes Toddle preview, then we're doing nothing. And if it doesn't, if it's not in preview, we're going to then set the, no, actually, we only want to do this. No. We'll set the loading to false. So we only want to set it to false if it is in the preview, right? So we have an easier way to work with that. Let's see if this works. It should now be visible in the editor. Yes, you see this. And if I open the app or the web app, right? And I open that inside of here. No content flashing. Look at that. Beautiful. Here you go. now you got that all beautifully working. So now we got that working, and that's the authentication. That's working beautifully. We're directly being taken to the dashboard, and now we want to kind of like start building the dashboard. So the way we start, we have that data. We can just remove it now, and we just kind of like want to style the dashboard. We just basically need to render a list of our code snippets. So let's start building the UI for that. I just want to take this div, and I want to make it width 100%, and just for test purposes, height 25 rem. And I just want to, give it a slightly gray background. Oh, that's too, it needs to be darker. It needs to look like Toddle's new light mode. Yeah, that's beautiful. And then we'll take this border, we'll make it 8 pixels. Or maybe we'll make it 10. Beautiful. And then in here, actually, we'll make it 1 rem and 1 rem. Beautiful. So we got that nicely working. And then we need to adjust this for Android, right? But we got that here with the cart. And now inside of here, I got my cart. We'll just give it a name of cart. And then inside of this cart, I want to go to styling. And I give a side padding of 1.25 rem and a top and bottom padding of 1.25 rem. Then I'll add my h2 inside of here, and I will say this is the name. So let's say window function, right? We'll add the window function in here, and I have my browser window function. And then inside of here, I'll want to add my paragraph with the description. I just have Claude generate a cool one. Make a description for my JS window function. 2 sentences short. We'll put that in here. Random place. There you go. I just need like placeholder content. Put that in here. And we're just going to add a gap of 1 rem to this. And then we'll just take this here, this paragraph. I want to make the size 13.5. And I'm just going to then make this weight 400. And we'll make it a little bit grayer. So we'll make this like gray. Here you go. That looks nice. We got the window function. And we'll just add a take filter on this text later on. So like, let's just pretend we already have one. Here you go. So we got that. And then inside of here, I want to show like a preview of the code snippet. So we're going to add a div. And then we'll give it the class of text code. And inside of here, we'll add text. And then we would be able to render JavaScript. Let's say make random JS snippet. And then we'll just be able to store our code nicely inside of here. Here you go. We'll copy that. And we'll just paste our code. Here you go. And now we kind of like want to go in here, and we want to make size 13. Here you go. And maybe I want to make this like in this green, like so it looks like code. Or how do we do this? No, we can make it nicer. We can go inside of here. We'll make this a text. We do 1 rem side padding, 1 rem top and bottom padding. We'll take a background color. Oh, too dark. That looks nice. And we'll give it a border radius of 10. Here you go. Oh, we need to also remove the fixed height now. And we kind of like got our function inside of here. Beautiful. So now we got our code. And I actually want to make it a little bit more subtle. More subtle. Here you go. And now we got that beautifully working. Here you go. And I want that code actually to be green. So go with the text. Oh, that's too green. And we'll make like some nice green code. And actually, how about we make it blue? human UI from Apple. Yeah, and we put our code inside of here. So we got that code and we got it inside of here. Beautiful. We could also actually use Toddle's code editor package. I think that will be better. So we can highlight that code and we just make it not editable. So we can just add code editor. We can just add their package. I think that's probably a better solution. Let's just delete that. And we'll put a div inside of here with the code editor package. Then we got the code editor. We don't need to give it an ID, but we want to put a value inside of here. So the value of this code will be this. And we'll put that code in the code editor. So put the value, and then we want to probably put, we want to probably have that formatted. So let's put the code in a variable. So we have that formatting, and we just say code. So we will make it dynamic, but you know, I just want to test this. We'll put the code in here, and that's how we get that formatted, right? So we do have now that VS Code editor inside of here. I don't know if that's probably the best way of doing it, but we have that theme. We have the library source language. I don't know if that's, I actually like the way we have it before. We can just make a full page code editor if they view it. This is kind of like just a preview anyway. So we would have maybe something like period, period, period. So we kind of like have a preview of their code, and then we'll add a button inside of here, and we'll make that button, we'll make that button with 100%. And we'll make that height 3 rem. I'll make that center, and we'll make this 8 pixels, and then we'll say open project in editor. Open project in editor. And then we'll just have this blue, and this is kind of like our feed of code snippets. And we want to remove the hover. And actually, how about I make this white? I do like the look of this. Maybe a little bit more subtle. Actually, how about we make it like this, and then I make this white? Yeah, I get it. This can look nice. So how about we actually make this a little bit more darker? I do like this. I want to make this actually fully white. So we'll make this fully white. And then this description should also be fully white, actually. Here you go. And then we want to make this just like normal inherit. And then I want this code to be weight 400. Yeah, that looks good. I like that. So open project, window function. We could also make this white. And then we make the code black. Developers will hate me for that, but I do think it looks good for the aesthetics. So we have that window function. That looks actually really good. I can open that project in a new editor. So we have our cards. Now we kind of like want to build an API that will render that cards, and then we can open those and edit the code and, you know, all that stuff. And we probably use the VS Code editor for that. So what we want to do is we want to now go to Xano again. Here you go. Let's open our Xano workspace again. Here we go. We'll go to database, and we will go to, we need to create an API now for our CodeKeeper, no, where is it? CodeKeeper snippet. So we'll create an API. We go back to CodeKeeper, and we will now create a new API group. So I go to custom endpoint, and I go to snippet/all. This will get all snippets as a custom endpoint. This is what we get, and we'll need authentication because we'll look for the snippets that are related to the user. CodeKeeper users authentication. So now in here, we'll do a query all records of the snippets, and we'll look which snippets, oh, not by joint, by custom query. We'll set a conditional. If user equals auth ID, that's the ID from the auth token, we'll get their snippets. So in here, we'll call this snippets, and we'll just return that array of snippets. We'll ignore this. Now, if you run this with proper authentication, we will be getting all the snippets for that user, but that user doesn't have snippets. Let's try this user. They have a snippet. They have the window thing. So here we go. Now we got that snippet. So, and we have then also formatted JavaScript, which is also pretty cool. So let's try copying that endpoint, and we'll now add an API on our app. We'll paste this inside of here, and we'll continue. And then I'll make this a get, and I call this, we'll just put the path and then just delete the other path, snippet/all. So we're just going to go here, snippet/all. We got that. And now I'm just going to go on the header. I'm going to add authentication, and now we see we get that data. So now I can go on this cart, and I can repeat this based on snippet all, take the data, and now I'm rendering that list. So now I can go on fx on the name, go to the item, take the name, I can take the description, I can go to the item, I can take the description, then I can take the code in here, I'll do fx, and I take the item, and I take the snippets that I saved inside of here, and then open project in editor. Of course, we'll keep it as is, but maybe we want to make that font size 14, just so that it looks a little bit, you know, like minimalist. So let's see if this already works in our app. And this is the nice thing about Despia. It's all in real time. So as you make your change in Toddle, you see, I don't have any snippets under this account. So, you know, I need to, you know, create some snippets. So let's just put some snippets under the account I'm logged in. Let's put that in here. Oh, where are we? We got to go to the database now manually. Oh, I mean, actually, now this is a good time to pretend that delete all snippets, actually, and duplicate this and make like a screen. You don't have any snippets yet. Create your first snippet, right? So we'll go to the database here with the CodeKeeper snippets, and we just want to delete all snippets. And now if I reload that page, I won't have any snippets as well on this account here. So now we kind of like want to render like a nice screen, create your first snippet. So I'll put a div inside of here, and they could be centered, or we could, you know, we'll figure that out. But we'll put in here an h2, and we will say no snippets. And we'll put an emoji in here. No snippets. We'll make a sad one. Cute. No snippets. There you go. We'll make that centered, and we'll add a paragraph, and we will say create your first snippet and never lose any. Create your first snippet to always have your JavaScript, to always have your code cheats with you all the time. Here you go. We'll take this, we'll make a max width of 17 rem. Yeah, we'll make sure that this is also centered. And then we'll make this size 14 pixels. And we'll make weight 400. And then we'll make actually this be maximum with 18, 20. Yeah, we'll make that. And then I just call this no snippets. And I actually just make this absolute. Or I can't do this absolute. So what I would do is, I got those in here. How about what we need to do is we need to wrap the cards in an element. That's a div, because I want this in the middle. Or actually, I have a better idea. We got this no snippets, right? We'll just wrap this in an element, and this will be attached on the main page. And then we call this pop-up. And we'll just make this absolute. Left 0, right 0, bottom 0. Actually fix this better on mobile apps. Top 0, and we'll make that center. And then I have no snippets. Create your first snippet to always have your code cheat sheets with you. And then we'll make 0.5 rem. And then we'll go in here and we'll add a button. And we'll say create snippet. Here you go. Let's see if that errors are actually inherited on iOS. I don't know if they are. Yeah, they actually are. Look at that. Looks really cool. And we got that, but I need to take this and wrap this in an element. That's a div. And we'll take that paragraph, put it in this div, and then we'll make that centered. That looks good. And then I want to take this and make this like a 1 rem gap. So actually 1.5 rem. Here you go. And then I would actually want to make this white, and then I make this black, and then I give this 0.85 rem side padding and 0.55 rem top and bottom padding. And I remove the hover, and I make this 8 pixels. So now if we reload that app, we'll see on our TestFlight, it looks beautiful. Look at that. Very nice. And I can then, create my first snippet. So, we only want to show this screen on specific occasions. So we have this pop up, and, I want to make sure that that placement of this element is z-index 99. And then I want to create a class for this element that is hidden, that will then make this element on hidden placement z-index -1. And it will make it fade out, so we have a nice transition. Then I go on default, and I make all elements. I'll copy the class so we can try and animate that. Now we have this animation. Beautiful, right? This is going to be approved by Apple. If it looks like this, it's beautiful. Apple loves those things. That's how you get your bonus points. So now we'll put that class on here again. And now it's hidden, right? But now we also don't have any elements, so we want to hide this if the API comes back with no elements. So if we go on API, snippet all, data, and I do size, or I do, I think it's size, greater than 0, and then I add not. So this will actually, if it's greater than 0, it will show it. Here you go. Because it's reversed because we set the hidden state and not the visible state. So now if I don't have any snippets and I would open this page, I will see this. And we probably also maybe then want to have that page fade in. We can do that later with the loading system that we already have in place. But now, important is if I click on create snippet, I want to show kind of like a drawer pop-up that lets me build the snippet. For that, I can do a similar principle. I just take this div here, and I just, add this div, and I will make this div fixed, and I'll make it left 0, right 0, bottom 0, top 0. And I will go with, and I will try that out if we can do CSS, backdrop filter, blur 30 pixels. Backdrop filter blur 30 pixels. And then this needs to be a higher z-index. So the default state needs to be 999 in z-index. Let's see if that actually blurs it out on iOS. If backdrop filter blurs. Yeah, it does blur it. So we probably want more backdrop filter. Maybe 100. Yeah, that looks good. So now we got that all blurred out. So what we're doing is here, we kind of like want to build, we want to have that fade in, and then we also want to have a modal come up. So inside of here, we call this also pop up, and then in here, we're going to build our modal. So in here, we make pop-up. The pop-up element here will be aligned to the bottom. And then I have my modal. We'll make this tag modal. And then we'll make this width 100%. And we'll make the height 80%. So I want to have that modal. So we'll make the background of that modal pretty black. And we'll make that border on the top border 20, 20. Here you go. And then I want this pop-up backdrop here. Actually, I maybe want to make that lighter. Let's make that a little bit lighter. Here you go. Oh, too light. Yeah, that looks good. So I got kind of like that modal thing. And then maybe make it a little bit lighter. Here you go. And then I will be able to create my code snippet inside of here. Let's see how that looks. Oh, wrong app. Here you go. That comes up here. And we do have that modal. Beautiful. Oh, that's actually a fun thing, because like it's now over the Toddle logo. I don't know if that's good if we have it over the Toddle logo, even though I like the fact that we have it over the Toddle logo. But you know, now we have that modal and it looks pretty nice, right? It's just we would have faster loading if we would have server-side redirects. So investing in that plan is probably the best thing if you build mobile apps, because server-side rendering just dramatically will improve your performance here. But you know, we got that all working. And what we now want to do is we want to, we want to, you know, add a side padding and a top and bottom padding here. So we'll do 1.75 or 1.5 rem side padding, 1.5 rem top and bottom padding. Now we got that modal here. And I want to now go with this modal, and I want to add a div on top of that modal that will be width 100%. And I kind of like want to start making the layout for that now. So I add a span, and I will say create snippet. And then I will add a button on the other side. And that's going to be going to the site. And I do this. And then I will remove the text that is inside of here. And then on this one, I'll take a relume icon. And that relume icon inside of here will be close. That'll be an X. Copy that to small one. And I'll put that inside of here. And then I'll make side padding 0.45 rem. Or 0.35 rem. And 0.35 rem. Here you go. We'll make that border 100. Then we'll make that background color gray 700. We'll make that center, and then actually make that maybe a little bit smaller. Let's see, let's make this 20. Let's try that one. Let's see, let's reload that. Let's see how it looks, because you have to see how this looks on an iPhone usually. Yeah, that looks good, but I want a little bit more border. So how about we make this, oh, this is why it's like, that's why it looks off. Here you go. Because it didn't have an even border. Yeah, that looks beautiful. Look at that. It's fading it out, but it looks beautiful. You can trust me. That looks really great. So we now do have that. Actually, I do think we should make the like top 30. Yeah, that looks way better. Let's try that again. Yeah, that's beautiful. Look at that. Yes, that's beautiful. Here you go. Yeah, beautiful. So now we got that, create snippet. And I want to have this weight maybe like 600. So it's like a little bit fat. We'll look at that again. Yeah, that looks beautiful. So now I want to kind of like create like an underline. So I would just wrap this in an element, a div. And then this, I'll just give this div in here a bottom padding of 0.5 rem, kind of like. And then I give it a border on the bottom of whatever looks good. Actually, that looks good, but it needs more padding. I will do this 1 rem. Yeah, maybe it needs to be a little bit more highlighting. We'll try that. We'll do a little bit more. Yeah, that looks good. Let's look at this on how this looks on an iPhone. Yeah, that looks beautiful. I really like that. So now we can just write our code snippet inside of here. So we then want to also add a gap here on 1 rem, so we have that even distribution. And we would just put probably the code editor inside of here. So we do have that code editor now where people would be able to write their code. And I actually want to try how this looks and feels with that code editor, writing the code in here. Okay, that code editor is forcefully... Yeah, maybe that code editor isn't a good idea on a mobile app. I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's just... We kind of like built a mobile app that's like VS Code for your iPhone. I don't know if that has any utility though, but like, I can see people like this. It's cool. It's cool. I like it. But now, because we have a code editor here, I think we need to do like 90% of the screen because we need a little bit more space. And let's also wrap the code editor in an element. Yeah, let's do the element here. And let's make that element, we'll call that code wrapper, right? I'll make that width 100%, height 100%, and we'll make this, height 100%. I'll make this flex 1 so it automatically adjusts where we need it. So let's try that. And then this code wrapper inside of here will have a border of 10 pixels, and we'll make this layout clip. So we have a nice UI on the code editor. We'll try this again. And yeah, it's pretty much what we built. We built like, VS Code. We basically built VS Code for iPhones. Here you go. That's cool. Made for developers. And also, we want to remove the hover that we have on this button. Beautiful. So now we got VS Code for iPhones. And we just need to add, a submit button here. So we do button, and then we'll make this button width 100%, height 3 rem. We'll center this. We'll give this an 8 pixel radius. We'll make this white. We'll make this black. And we're going to say in here, create snippet. Here you go. Oh, there's a typo. Create snippet. Here you go. We'll remove the hover. Let's look at this on our iPhone, how this looks. We'll test it out again on our phone. Looks good, but I do think we need maybe like a little bit more bottom space because of the bottom bar. So we'll make this 2 rem, and we'll try this again on an iPhone because it's touching that bar a little bit close. Look at that. So we'll try this again. We'll open that on our iPhone. And that looks good, but I do think, it could be a little bit more space, right? Let's make this like 2.75 rem. Here you go. Now we'll try this again. We need this on both devices, iOS and Android, so we're good on that. Yeah, that looks actually pretty nice. Look at that. Here you go. So we have that create snippet. Pretty cool. Here you go. So we got the code editor, and now we just need like a space where people can, inside of here, put like their name. So we'll make an input. And that input will be width 100%. And we'll make maybe height 2.75 rem. Here you go. We'll add the gap 0.75 rem. And then I do like if we just take the same color as like the VS Code editor, right? That seems to be cool. We'll remove the focus. And we'll make this size 14 pixels. 15 pixels. We can make a cool name. And then we'll just say snippet name. And we'll take this snippet name and we'll move it over the code editor. There you go. Now we can make a snippet name, and we want to make that 8 pixels. So now we want to reload this on our app, on our Despia app, and we want to see how this looks. Looks good so far to me, right? I can put my snippet name in here. I can write my code. That looks pretty cool. And I can create my snippet. Pretty cool. And I'll be also able to paste that inside of here, right? I can do like, yeah, I'll be able to paste that. So that's pretty cool. Now, do we want to put a description for the snippet? I do think we need that, right? So let's go inside of here and let's add a text area. And we'll move that text area under here. Oh, no, wrong. We move it under here. And I'm going to make this code editor a little bit small, right? But we'll make this width 100%. And we don't need high. We can make this like 5 rem. Here you go. And then we just take this color from here. And we'll make this 8 pixels as well. We'll make this 0.75 rem and 0.75 rem. And then we want to have like a same distribution to this that we have in another one. So we'll make this 15 pixels as well. So we'll make this 15 pixels. Oh, what the heck did I do inside of here? We got, 15 rem. No, I do 15 pixels. Here you go. And then we'll call this description. So we want to reload this app and now see how it looks, that app. Pretty nice. I really like it. Look at that. We got your description. You can create your snippets inside of that app. That's pretty cool. So now we want to hook this up with our with an API that actually would create those snippets, which we need to create now inside of Xano. So we'll create a new API endpoint. We'll do snippet/create. And this will be a post endpoint, snippet/create. And we'll add authentication for codekeeper users _ authentication. So snippet/create. We'll save this. And then I add an input here for name that is required. And I will add description, text for description. We'll add that it's not required. And then we'll add text for code that will be, of course, required. We'll put that inside of here. And then we're going to now go and use an add record to our database, codekeeper snippets, and we have name, description. Snippet will be the code that we're adding here, and then user will come from auth ID. And then we'll return this as snippet_record. This will give us all the information, and then we'll just, we'll just work with that. We'll save this, and now we have the API endpoint to create snippets on that specific user. We want to add that API now inside of Toddle, paste it inside of here, go on create. I'm going to call this snippet/create. This will be post. We'll add that body. A cool tip, let's just open the body, go to Xano, go on run. We'll just copy that preview from that run and debug, and we can just paste it inside of here and already have that set up for us. So now we have name, description, code. So we'll just create a variable here with name. We'll make that empty. We'll make description. We'll make that empty string. And we'll make code. We'll make that an empty string. And then we go to our API, snippet create, and we're going to now go inside of here, and we're going to go to the body. We'll map name with name. We'll make description with description, and we'll make code with code. Here you go. Now we need to map those inputs, right? So we need to take this input, name, and map it with name. We need to take the description and map it bind to the variable with description. Now with this code editor, we need to do it a little bit different. The code editor inside of here will have the value from code, and we need to work with events because it is a component. So on the event, on change, we're going to set the code variable with the event data. So in this example, if I say snippet name, Andreas, and then I do description, toddler, and then I do window dot Andreas equals, oh, I don't know what's going on here, toddler. Here you go, window dot Andreas equals toddler. If I look at the code, I have that function inside of here. And then if I look at that API call here in the body, we want to validate that. We got that all now filled out here, right? So if I were to run this API, it would say unauthenticated because we need to go to the headers and add a plus and add authentication through Toddle's secure cookie system. Now it's going to add that. And now actually, if we reload our screen, we'll not see this modal anymore, or the other one, please add your first snippet. We'll see there's different background now, right? Because, you know, right now we have, we actually have that card available. So now that we have that all set up here, most of those things, we want to also add a hidden state on this one with a variable showing if we are creating right now a new snippet or not. So let's create a variable. Let's say show new, actually we could also populate this with an existing one and then actually I don't know if that's a good idea. Let's just say show snippet modal. We'll do show snippet modal and we'll make this false by default. So if this pop up here, we'll create a class of hidden. Here you go, hidden, and we will on hidden do following. On hidden, we will go in here and we'll make a hidden class, and we'll make this opacity 0, and then we'll make the default, right, is 999, and then now on hidden we'll make this -1. Here you go. So that way, you know, we do have that modal. So now we probably also need to have a button in here. Let's just not style that yet. And if we click on that button, we'll set that variable. So if I go and click here, I'm going to set show snippet modal. Actually, it should be show new snippet modal. Show new snippet modal. We'll go in here. We'll do on click show new snippet modal, true. Right? And then we'll take this and we will take the snippet modal and we'll go on hidden and we take show new snippet modal equals false. That will be true, so it will be hidden. So now if I click on side of here, you see we're going to have that modal. Now there is no nice fade in, so we have to go on that pop up here and on default add a transition of all 300 milliseconds. And then on click of this button here, on click of that, I'm going to set show new snippet modal to be false. So now I can click on here, it's going to remove it, and here it's going to show that. I do though want an animation for it to move up, right? So for that we can also use CSS. So with this in here, I have my modal inside of here. So when that modal is in the hidden state, let's just make it visible right now, I want to create a hidden state for this modal as well. So in here, we will create a hidden class that will be hidden. And then we'll create a style for that hidden class. And on hidden, we'll use transform. We'll do y minus 100%. Oh, wrong direction. 100%. Let's just do 10. Okay, let's just do 100. Here you go. So it moves it out of the screen down. And then we just go on default and we'll add a transition of all elements to this. And then we will bind this hidden if show new snippet modal equals false. So now if I click on here, we'll see this go up, go down, and we have this nice animation. And now let's actually see how this, how this works inside of here. We'll try that. Got the button. Oh, we actually want to plan if we don't have a snippet, we need to delete it again, because like we're now kind of like in a tough situation where we have to kind of like work with some Z indexing. Let's just reload this because right now I'm on this page where we don't have one. So I need to, because now I can reach this because this is like over everything, right? And I think we should also give this other modal like a backdrop filter blur. So we'll take this backdrop filter blur, right? And we'll move it on that other pop-up. Yeah, here you go. So now we need to go on this here and on this button, on click, I want to set show new snippet modal to be true. So now when I click on here, I'm going to get this beautifully. So let's reload this in the app and let's try this out. So now I do have my mobile app and I click on here and you see I get that modal, so I can create, you know, beautifully a new one in my mobile app. Here you go. That's great. So now I have that functionality. So I do want some haptic feedback though on those things. So if I click on this element, I want to, the moment I click it, add Despia haptic feedback. I want to do actually heavy, right? I do a heavy, click on close, and then we'll just close this. And then I want to go on this one here, and I want to actually show a success haptic. So I do success. That's like a sequence. So let's see if this works in the Despia app. Oh, beautiful. It's so nice. It's just so cool if you have your app and you have like those kind of, those kind of like haptic sensation in there. That's beautiful. Actually, this modal, I'm curious if I should put this modal in it. Let's see. Actually, if we animate this to be hidden without opacity, how will this look? I think that may be enough. Let's see. Let's try this. Because I do like that modal coming up. Yeah. Actually, I don't know if I want to have this pop-up actually go into a hidden state. So how about we move this modal outside of this pop-up and we'll remove the pop-up. So the only thing we have is the modal. And then, of course, we need to work with the modal so it's in the proper Z indexing. So we would take this modal, and this modal would be fixed, right? It's everything, or probably absolute. Oh, we'll figure that out, what it will be. And we would make bottom 0 pixels, and we would make right 0 pixels, and we would make left 0 pixels, and then it would kind of like just need to be on the default state, the placement 99, so it's over everything, and then on hidden, we don't want to move it actually back because we just want to move it down. So let's try this, how this looks in the app. So now if I go to the app here, and I just have that in Despia, I have that move up, and I do like that. Yeah, that's great. That's a great experience, especially with the haptic feedback. I do think this is such a nice native feeling that you have in that app. It's really cool. Really cool. I love it. Very cool. Actually, though, we may get some issues with Apple because we do have success haptic on not success event. We may want to change that event to be just heavy on open, and then that probably is a better best practice in using haptic feedback. Yeah, because like success should be like for API calls reserved. So we do have that. So let's open that snippet here. And now we kind of like want to set up that API to submit that snippet. So this modal here and, everything inside of here is beautifully working. And we just go on this button and do it on click because we don't really want to have a form. If someone clicks enter in here, it's going to submit the full form. So I just do on click. And on click, I'm going to call the snippet create. And then on snippet create on success, I want to show new snippet modal be false. and I also want to reload all snippets. So other way around. On success, after I created that, I want to reload. Oh, I want to go in here and reload all snippets, and then I want to copy this, and on success, after I reload all snippets, I want to remove that modal when I create a new one so it shows up in there. So let's try this. I have no snippet. Ooh, we may want to put some max width on there. But let's just try this in the editor in the mobile preview real quick. So let's go in here, and I put Despia SDK, and then I do window.despia.com equals hey. And I go in here. Now I want to have like a loading spinner, so we'll just wrap this in a div so we can show and hide it. We'll do show and hide, and we do snippet create is loading, and then we do not because we want to show it on the opposite if it's not loading, and then we go to CSS loaders from GitHub. We'll take a nice CSS loader. We'll drop that span in this button. We'll add inside of here a style tag, and we're going to copy that. And we are going to put that inside of here. And we'll make this 18 by 18. And we'll remove the color. And we'll make this 2 pixels. And then we'll just make this go on styling to the side. And we'll make 1 rem next to it. Then we go on this. We want to also set this visibility using show and hide. And then I do snippet, not snippet all. I do snippet create is loading. So then when it is loading, we'll see that. So if I click on here, and then it will reload that, and we see that snippet pop up inside of here. So that is pretty much of that logic here. And then we probably just want to show the snippets. Or do we even need to show the snippets? We could just kind of like make a feed, but you know, we don't want to be lazy. So we can just do that. And that's what we're doing. But I'll have to go out of the meeting room because someone else reserved that. But I'll be back. Hi, so now we're back here, and let's continue with that. I'm in a different conference room. I had to move, but we're back, and we're back on track. So, you know, now we got that button, right? And we want to also add that haptic feedback on this button that will add that. So we go on the event, on the click event. I'll add Despia haptic feedback, and I do heavy. Heavy. Here you go. Now when I click, I'll get my haptic feedback, and then I got that open. Now, there are a few other things that we want to do. I want to go to this main div, right? And I want to make sure that this main div doesn't scroll. That's very important if you build mobile apps. So I got to go layout, clip, especially because we have things going up, clip. Here you go. Let's try this now on our mobile device in the app and see if it works, right? We'll open that on here, and we'll close the app, restart it again. Oops, here you go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at that. I click on here. Got to vibrate. And down. And it vibrates beautifully. So that is amazing. Let's get this down here. And now I just want to make this button nicer. So I probably want to move it up actually and say like add a new one. Or we may want to work with a mobile bar. Let's see how we do the design for that. So let's kind of like make something nice here. So let's add a div block here. And I kind of like want this div block to be all the way on the bottom. So the way we would be doing that is we would wrap those in a div, those cards here. So we have the cards in a div. And this div will be width 100%, height 100%. There you have it. And then we'll make this flex 1 so it adjusts, right? And then we got this div down here. This will be width 100%, height, let's just do 7 rem for now. So no, that's way too much, 5 rem. Just for now, so we have something in here, right? And I'm going to call this menu. Here we go. So we have like our mobile menu for the app. Now we kind of like want to style that mobile menu and make it look nice. But then I need to actually go on this div and remove all side padding here just to have it structurally correct. And then I take this div and add my one rem on here and my one rem on here. And then so I have this one, you know, nicely inside of here. So I got my lower bar inside of here. I give it a side padding of actually 1.75 rem and a top and bottom, 1.75 rem and a top and bottom padding also of 1.75 rem. Now I want to start getting my buttons in here. So I add a button and then I can just, you know, make this auto. I add my button inside of here and I remove the text inside of the button. And then I remove the hover and I'm also actually probably removing the color. So we'll remove the color. We'll clear that whole thing. We'll make that inherit. Now inside of here, I'm going to go to Relume icons to just, you know, go any SVG icon library. And we're now just simply going to go and get a nice icon. So this will be, you know, we'll take a code one. This will be like their home screen. So we'll take a code icon. Let's take, so much choice. Let's take this one. Let's take this one. We'll copy this for Figma and we'll put it in the button. So now we have our button. Then I want that button to be 100. So I want this to be like a round button and I want to make sure that we center things inside of here. And I want to make 0.5 rem by 0.5 rem inside of here. Or actually maybe 0.75 by 0.75. There you go. There you have it. Then we'll want to center all that stuff. It doesn't look quite centered, but it is. Maybe I give it like a side of 1 pixel. That looks more centered. Here you go. Now we got that working. So we got this now centered here. And we kind of like want to add a few more of those. So we'll duplicate this and we'll duplicate this and we'll duplicate this. And then we want to have them go to the side. And I just want to do this so we have them evenly distributed. I think actually 3 may be enough. So we have our 3 controls and I make actually the side one 2 rem. Here you go. And then I think we could make them a little bit bigger. Let's see how this looks on an iPhone. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I mean, I get it. It looks good. It's just the Toddle watermark that's kind of like ruining the whole show here. But it does look nice. So that's good. We probably actually want to make the top one 1 rem and the bottom one a little bit more. And then we just make the background like a little bit lighter, just a little bit. Here you go. And then we kind of like work with the UI a little bit to make it look, you know, more professional. We'll look at that. Yeah, that looks actually really good. Look at that. Here you go. You got your, now I want this to be my home button. Actually, I don't like that style. We'll try another one. Let's look for home. And I want to put my home icon in here. That one looks good. We'll copy that. Maybe 32 pixels is better. We'll put that in here and we'll remove that SVG. Now we have our home. And then I want a profile, so where people can edit their profile. Here you go. I want to make the profile button inside of here. I'll remove that. And then I want to go on, I want to have a plus so that they can create, you know, new ones. So it's add. We'll make an add one here where they can add a new file. We'll just take this for an add. We'll add that inside of here. So we got add profile. Actually, I want to probably put profile on the other side. So and menu should probably be in the middle. And add should be easier to the right thumb to reach. Oh, I messed the whole thing up. And we'll copy that button and we'll put it inside of here. Beautiful. And then, you know, Maybe I want to make this actually, oh, this is funky. This should be both sides. Yeah, it should be 2. Let's do 2.5. Here you go. Let's try that again. We'll open the app in Despia in the preview again, and we'll look at that. And it looks really good. Here you go. Really nice. I don't want to get rid of the built-in Toddle thing. So what I am going to do is I'm going to do something that will probably break it a little bit, but then we'll... do I really want to do that? Why doesn't Toddle just give me like free unlimited workspaces? Do I really want to upgrade? I want to get rid of the watermark. So should I upgrade? I'll upgrade my Toddle plan. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Or not here. For you, it's immediate. I just subscribed. I'm now on the paid plan. So let's see. The watermark should be disappearing. Damn. They didn't. I paid. Let's see. Let's go. I hope it's on the right plan. Let's do mobile. Yeah, your mobile app YouTube. We got that on this the video plan. And let's open this branch. May take a little bit. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Probably what happens if maybe I need to publish the branch and then create a new one. We'll try that. Here we go. We'll publish the branch. Final. And we had it start, so because right now the mobile app is built on the branch, which I suggest for testing, then you just rebuild it again on your main branch, so for production you have an easier experience, right? This is what I always suggest. So now we'll create a new start branch, and now I hope there is no watermark anymore. If I though open the app, guess what's happening? Oh, it just still works. That's probably because I just created a new branch, but there's no logo. Look at this, no watermark. That's great. And then actually now the loading is way smoother because now we have server-side redirects. Look at that. Look at that. It's so quick now because we don't... Look at this. I open the app and boom, it's in here. Beautiful. I may though want to add a fade and we'll make that work. But it's so beautiful. I'm so happy with it. That's amazing. So we got this button now to create a new snippet, right? So we'll just, move this logic to this button over here. So if I click this, we'll make the vibrate, and then we'll go on this one here, and we'll set the variable. We'll copy that. We'll move it on this button inside of here, and then we'll just delete this one. Here you go. Let's look at this. I'm so happy. This is so cool. I got this loading, right? Oh, it's so cool. Like this is I've been working on this thing since a year, but it's so cool that you like have something that's actually working and that like this is so cool. So cool. I love it. I could play with this the whole day. Look at this. That's amazing. That's so cool. Actually, I do need a little bit more space here. Let's go to the styling of the menu bar. And I want to make 2 rem. Let's try that. Because now I want to make it perfect because it's so cool. Look at this. That's insane. Actually, let's make it 2.25. We'll do that again. Beautiful. Look at that. And then we got home. Right now it is on home. So this is where they navigate home, and then this profile will just kind of like open a profile, pop up, and then we'll figure out how we do that. So this is beautiful. And then we want to kind of like, make it look like, iOS, make it look like nice. So we got this in here, this with the cards, this div that's kind of like the content holder. I'll just call that content holder. Content holder. Beautiful. So we got the content holder, and in the content holder I'll add an H1. I'll move the H1 inside of here, and then we got to improve some things with the content holder. Now I got to add one. Oh, not wrap. No. Click the wrong thing. I got to add 1 rem gap to this, and I say my projects. And it's probably way too big, but we'll just try it again. We'll just reload that page. And yeah, we see it's way too big a little bit. You can't see that really, but it's way too big. So we gotta make it a little bit nicer. So we got this H1 in here. We'll just make this 20 pixels. 23 pixels. That looks already better. Let's just reload the page. Oh, wrong app. We'll see. In here, how do I turn off the blur in the background? You see, it looks good, but I need more top padding. So we'll add in here a top padding of 2 rem. That looks good. Let's try this out again. We'll open this. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty nice. If you look at that here, look at that. Beautiful. Now, I don't want to have more space under it. So we'll go to the content and we make this 2 rem. Oh, beautiful already. This is such a nice mobile app we're building here. Yeah, that's beautiful. Look at this. It's a proportion. Yeah, beautiful. So we got that now beautifully working as a mobile app with my projects. Actually, you know, I want to have it perfect. Let's make this 1.5 rem. And then we'll make the top part 2.25 rem. And we'll try this again. This is now going to be like super perfect. Beautiful. And a little tip, if you just add like a side padding of 0.35, just a little bit to the side, it probably looks like it's more aligned. Look at that. Yeah. That's just beautiful. That's a work of art right here. Look at that. Now, I don't actually like this white highlight in here. I want to actually keep it dark mode. So we'll make the code highlight like this. And we'll make the text inside of here white. And we'll reload the page and see how that looks. Let's look at that. Yeah, that actually looks really good. Look at that. Here you go. So now I don't want to maybe add some color inside of here. So we'll maybe make this a purple. I do think actually purple works with this well. Yeah, that actually looks really well. Let's try that again on the mobile app. Actually, I'm not a fan of that. No, I'm not a fan of that. Let's try a lighter purple. Maybe that's the thing. It's really, like, if you have the feel how this... No, that's absolutely disgusting. It looks good. I get how it can look for some cases, but it just doesn't look good on the mobile app. Blue, I think because blue is like a little bit darker, it has more subtle touch. No, but it looks like a cheap JavaScript code editor. I don't really like the look of that. Actually, I do have a better idea. How about we remove the whole button? And we got the card inside of here, right? And we'll just add like a little thing in here that's kind of like a button that is like an icon to open it. So we'll add a button in here, right? And we'll make this button absolute. And we'll make it right 0, top 0. So it aligns. And then we'll make this 100%. So it's round. And we'll remove the button. Now we got a round circle. And then we'll add a plus icon in here. We'll take that SVG. Or actually, it's a view icon. So let's make a link icon here. We'll do a link. And we'll look at a link icon. Like a little link box. That looks good. So we'll copy that 24 pixels. And we're going to paste this inside of here. Here you go. Got that little thing. And then I want to go to this card and make sure that the placement, that the layout of the card is clip. So we're clipping it. Beautiful. And now we got that. Now I kind of like actually want to adjust it a little bit. I want to maybe make this, like if I wouldn't do this at all, it would nicely clip here. That's nice. But then I want to make it a little bit different. So I want to have no radius, but I want this to be like, yeah, this is kind of like the vibe I'm going for. And then we'll make this still dark, but a little bit lighter. Yes. Yes, that's nice. And then we'll make this actually pretty small. We'll make this 20 pixels by 20 pixels, just so that people see that there is a link. And we'll see how this looks in our mobile app now. Yes. Yes, look at this. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Very nice. I should probably show this on the simulator so you can see it better. Where's my simulator? I got to go back to TestFlight to build it. So we'll just go export iOS project, build for simulator. Then we'll just open this in Xcode so you can see it also on that virtual iPhone, how beautiful this looked, what we built in here. But I need to remove the hover on that because I don't like hovers. And I'll remove the hover. And actually, I could just make it a little bit lighter, just a little bit. Yeah, beautiful. Let's look at this. Now, we built the app, and we'll open that zip folder. We'll open that app. We'll open the XC workspace. Oh, yeah, we'll build this app, and then we'll have it on the simulator. And it's really, I think it's looking actually pretty good. I really like the vibe of it. Very nice. Look at that. Here you go. It's loading the first time as always. It's not like a bad thing. It's just the first time it always just loads a little bit. That's just, you know, the way it works. Here you go. Look at this. Boom, boom. Here you go. Isn't that cool? I think it looks really good. So we can just like close Xcode and we'll just have it in here and we can just bring that simulator always front by clicking on the simulator and then, you know, we can just test with it easier also, I think. So you can actually see it better, what we're doing here. So this is nice. We got this all working. We got that all taken care of. Now, if I click on those cards, I want to open a page and I want to open like a different page here. So do we want to make this a single page application or don't? Let's see. We could have this go to new page. And by going to new page, we could then enable swipe for the paging. You know, I'm not a fan of that, but we could do that. That's possible. But I don't think I want to actually have this as such a modal, like this modal. And actually, before we do that, I want to kind of like improve this modal a little bit. I want to, when this modal is open, you know, I want to take this div here and I want to shrink the content that's in it. So actually probably a bad idea taking it with this div, but it's probably better with this div, right? Because you have that pop-up and all those things. Yeah. So if I take this div, let's make a class on here on shrink. Shrink. Right? And then if this is open, if it's shrinked, we'll create a style for shrinked. And then for the shrinked style, this is kind of like how you animate those things in iOS, I'll add a transform and I add a scale and I do 0.8. Oh, 0.9. You see it shrinked it a little bit. And then I'm going to make opacity 0.5. So you see it faded it out a little bit. And then I could also blur it if I would like. So I could also do, I forgot the CSS for that. So how about we leave that out? And then I could just do a transition of all. And then I just go on shrinked. And shrinked will be if show new snippet modal equals true. Here you go. And now I got this animation here. It's not really an animation. Yeah, it doesn't transition nicely. So why is it? It should be all elements. Yeah, so now it should work. Let's look at that. Yes. So that's kind of like, look at this. Isn't that cool? You got like, Damien is so going to love this. Here you go. Yeah, look at that. I love it. That's very cool. Let's bring this up on the simulator again. We'll close the app. And we'll go to the code keeper. Beautiful. Come on, like, look at this. Like, you can build this kind of stuff all in Toddle with TestFlight and publish it to the App Store. Like, I don't even think the App Store is thinking that this wasn't built in SwiftKit, right? But the UI comes from Toddle. Look how beautiful this is. Like, the amount of control that you have over things. How you like this is. I'm amazed by it. I know I have to be because it's my product. But like, this is so cool. I'm just like, this is so cool. Look at this. I love it. I love my product. I hope this doesn't sound arrogant, but it's just cool. Like, look at this. That's very cool. I can just also test it in Toddle. It works the same way. Beautiful. Toddle is a great product. It's just a great combination. Look at that. So now we got that. Now I want to make like, because I love that card so much, I just do the same thing here for the other thing, because I think that's a great way of doing it. So we got the menu. Probably want to put the menu on the first thing. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we'll put the menu under here. Yeah. And then we got the pop-up. Also, I wouldn't make the menu absolute. I would just make the menu part of the main div. And then this content scroller, this content holder here is the thing that scrolls. So you do layout and you do scroll on that. This will have the benefit that when you scroll, you always have this fixed, even if you open the keyboard, just because, you know, the format that web apps have is a little bit different than the format mobile apps have, right? And we kind of like need to work with a specific format here. But yeah, it's beautiful. Look at that. We could also add like a swipe thing and all those things, but we don't want to overdo it for today. I do think it's still already a very high quality app that we can put directly on the App Store, and I think we'll get it approved ASAP, just because how cool it is. But now we got all those things set up here. Now we want to kind of like have those cards come up when we click on them. So for that, what I want to do is I'll probably create a duplicate of this modal, and we'll just, you know, remove that hidden class on there. And then we'll make this edit snippet, right? And we'll make this edit snippet, right? And we'll do the same thing, just a little bit different. We'll create an edit snippet variable, right? That will be empty. Edit snippet variable. Here you go. And then I'm going to go and say show snippet editor. Show snippet editor. That will be by default false. So we're not going to show the snippet editor. And then I go on this modal, I add a class of hidden. And this will be bound if show snippet editor equals false, that's true, then we'll make this hidden. So now if I click on my snippet, in here I have to do a few things. I have to, on click, now first set the edit snippet, and this will come from the item I clicked on. This is automatically setting those information in the variable, so I get that. Then what we're going to do is we are going to then make show snippet editor true. Here you go. So now when I click on here, we're going to set that variable. If we look at the variable, we have the edit snippet variable inside of here with name, description, snippet, and all those kinds of things. Now we can just override them. So we are not binding this input anymore to a variable. So we'll unbind this, and we'll unbind this, and we have never bound this, so we just delete that, and we'll delete the action for now. And now we have a slightly different approach. Or actually, yeah, I will just keep it in a separate variable. We can also have it in one variable to kind of like have less redundancy. But I can see this actually for beginners causing more problems than I think it would solve. So let's just, this is a beginner video. We'll just make something simple, but that looks well. Apple is not evaluating our variables. They're evaluating the performance. So let's look at that. We have that show snippet editor, and we probably would like to componentize things. Again, this is just very beginner basic. Let's just focus on the basics. And once we got that basics working, we can go into the details. But yeah, you got all that kind of stuff working here. And what we now want to do also when we close this, I want this to make the haptic feedback, but I want this to go and close, where is it? The show snippet editor and make it false. False. So if I click on here, I'm closing that one. Here you go. Beautiful. So now we got those kinds of things all set up. And now I will bind this value to something. So I add a value attribute here, and that value will come from show snippet from edit snippet, and that will be name. And then I'll take this, and this will come the value from edit snippet, and this will come from description. And then I'll take this, and this value here will come from edit snippet, and I'll take snippet. And then on event on change of this, I'm going to set the edit snippet global variable, and I'm going to take the current edit snippet value, and I'm using the set filter to set the path snippet with the event data. So I'm overriding that existing one. So if I'm now making this hey, hello, if I look at our variable in here for edit snippet, we'll see that this is now saying hello inside of here. We'll do the same thing with that input. On input, on that text area, we're going to update the edit snippet variable, which is a global variable. So we take the current edit snippet variable, and we're just using the set filter to override the description. So we'll do description, description, and we'll take event target value. That is the input that we're typing in. So if I make this from Despia SDK to Andreas SDK, and we look at our edit snippet variable, we'll see it's the Andreas SDK, not the Despia SDK. Now we want to do the same thing for the name. So if I go on input inside of here, again, I want to set the edit snippet. I take the current edit snippet value so we can override those values. We'll use the set filter for that. Oh, no, don't delete the set filter. And I'll set the name inside of here, and this will be event target value. That's the input that the user types in from that input event. That's how we do that. So if I make this Despia iOS, or it's Andreas, right? Let's make this Toddle. Now, if we look at that, the edit snippet, it's saying Toddle. Beautiful. So now we got that working. Now we want to update this to be update snippet, right? So, and then we want to create a new API call to update those snippets on our backend. So we'll simply go, oh, what am I doing here? Got the snippets, and we go to snippet create, right? And we'll just create a new API endpoint here. That will be snippet/update. So we'll do snippet/update. We'll make a get filter here. We'll change that to post. We'll add authentication from CodeKeeper users authentication, snippet/update. We'll save this. And now we are adding an input here of ID, so we know which snippet we are updating. We'll get that already in the variable, right? That is required. We need that. And then we'll add a name. That will be the preferably or possibly new name required. We will need to add description. We'll make an input. Description. Actually, I don't think we should require any of them because they may want to remove their name. That could be possible, right? So we don't, we just probably only want to require that. Or no, actually, let's keep the name. I think the name should be required. So we got the description here. Description is not required. And then we'll just add the code. And we'll save this. And now we got the code inside of here. And the code, of course, is required. So in here, we now want to go and do edit record. We need to edit the record for CodeKeeper snippets. And the ID will come from the input of ID. And we already have the Xano automation set those things up, which is pretty cool. So we don't need to worry about that. But we only need to assign snippet with the code because they don't have the same name, right? We'll save this. And we'll publish, and then that's pretty much the update. But I like to just call this a snippet, for example, _record, so I don't have this random numbers in my documentation. Now update that, and we are good to go. That should be it. So now if we copy the endpoint URL, we should be able to go inside of Toddle, import that API, and now let's just copy the path so we can name this in here. This will be a post endpoint. And now if you run this, we'll see it's missing some parameters. So we just go to the body, click on here, and we go to Xano, we go on run and debug, we'll copy that in here, and then we'll just paste it on here. And we'll remove those strings. And we'll map the ID with the edit snippet ID. We'll map the name with the edit snippet name, and we'll map the description with the edit snippet description from our global variable, and the same with the code edit snippet snippet. That's the code. So now we send those things appropriately to our API. When we run this, now we get unauthorized. So we go to the header section, and we're going to add authorization to this. Now if you run this, we're updating our snippet. We get the new data back. And now we just want to connect this. So if I go on this button, update snippet, on click, I'm going to now do a few things. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go and call the API snippet/update. On success of that, I am going to reload all snippets, and then on success of that, I'm going to say show snippet editor false. And actually now I want to actually have a success haptic. So let's make this haptic with the Despia, and we'll make success. Here you go. So we have success. We can do the same thing also on error. We won't even need to show an error message. We can just then do success. We just do error. And then it will show the error message. We'll get that error vibration on there. And I also want to, yeah, this is not required, so we'll make this required with the required attribute true. And then this is also required, but we'll get that error haptic if we can submit it. So this is also good for the mobile app. But I do want to also have that on the other thing. So we'll close this. We'll add a new one. The name should always be required. So we'll go in here and we'll add that required attribute true on that name, just so that we have it. But how beautiful is that? Look at this. Create snippet. Now, I want to do the same thing also if I edit the snippet here with that class that we have on the content holder. So we do if this equals true, or if show snippet editor equals true. Okay, and now we have that also working here. Look at that. Beautiful. Isn't that like a cool animation? I know Damien is going to look at this and he's going to love it. And that's how we create a new snippet, and then we can edit the existing snippet. So I can make this Despia iOS, and then I'll update the snippet. And then we see this Despia iOS, and then I can update those things as well. So we got this beautifully working. Now, I don't want to have that loader in here again. So we need to show this, not based on snippet create, but on snippet update is loading. And then I need to base this on snippet update is loading. Here you go. And then I click on here, and you see it updated that. So let's try this on my phone, because I can't wait for, like all the haptic feedback. So we'll open that here. Actually, I want the haptic feedback if I open this as well. So if I go and click on this card, I want to do haptic feedback light. I don't need it fancy this time. So we'll just add light haptic feedback. I do like heavy. Yeah, we'll just add heavy inside of here. So I do add in here heavy haptic feedback. Beautiful. But it doesn't, if it closes, I don't get haptic feedback. So let's double check on that if I edit this. So we go on this button, on click, on success. Oh, there is one S too much. Okay, that's why I don't get the success vibration, because there's like this success thing. Let's open this. Oh, nice. Update snippet. Yes. Oh, that's so nice. It's so cool. Look at this. I can click on here. I can close it. And I get like the vibration to it. It's such a great experience. Really cool. I love it. And then we have the home page as well, right? That's the home page. And now we have the profile page. So I kind of like want this to go to the profile page. And for that, I mean, we can just, have it go to a different page. But I would like to just have the profile thing actually like a pop-up. So how do we do this? We already have this content holder inside of here. And we could just add an absolute overlay of the content over the content holder to kind of like have this fade in, right, inside of this where the content is. So I could just go in this content holder and I call this profile pop up, and I just make this absolute, and I'll make left 0, right 0, bottom 0, top 0, right? I get that overlay inside of here. And then I'll just add the background color will be black. And then inside of here, I would just, show the option for them to edit their profile. But I don't know. I think it should be on a different page. Yeah, let's make this on a different page. And then we'll just rebuild that app and we just enable going on different pages. Yeah, we'll make this on a different page. So we can just copy this dashboard page here. We'll duplicate this. And because we're now on the dashboard page, right? We're just going to, we're just going to make this selected. So we'll create a class on here called selected inside of here. And then I'm going to add that selected class. And if this is selected, we'll give this a background of white. And then we'll make this black. Let's see how this looks actually. Not a fan of that. So how about we make it a little bit different? Let's go here. We got that button on selected. And we'll... Yeah, I do think that's a little bit more subtle. I think it can go a little bit more subtle even. Let's go selected here. Yeah, let's try that. Yes, that's beautiful. Here you go. So now we got that all working. Now I want to go to a different page here. So if I click on this, we would then redirect to a different page. So now I'm just going to clone the dashboard page, duplicate, and we call this profile. We then go to /profile. And then this would just say my profile. And then we'll just delete those stuff here. And we can just delete all those pop-ups. Here you go. So we got the profile page. And then the profile page will just, have this button a little bit different. So this button would move here just because I don't want to change the selected attribute. But then, this icon of this button would go in here. And then this icon of this button would go in here. Here you go. So then it changes that. So because I don't want to rebuild this. Now we want to test this out before we continue on that page. Oh, inside of here. So I'm going to go now on this button here. And if I click, or actually let's make this an A tag so it's quicker. And then we do href and we'll make this /profile. This will go to the profile. So if I go on here, we'll see it'll open the profile page. Let's see how this works in the mobile app. Oh, let's see. /profile. Interesting. Let's try. I did spell that right. Let's go on the profile page. No, because it does work on the other one, right? We'll just see. maybe we have to update some settings here. If I go on here, it does go to the profile page, right? Oh, actually it did went. That was, oh, I didn't saw it because it was so quick. Oh, okay, it does that through the profile page. So I think we should do like the swipe to navigate in the app so it looks a little bit better, because right now, if we do it, let's then just go, if we are on the profile page, right? Let's go to the profile page. And if I go to the profile page here, then we are just going to go on this button here and make this an A tag. And I do href, and I do /dashboard on the profile page. And we do pre-render eager. And then we're going to go on the dashboard page, and we'll go on the profile page, and we'll make this pre-render eager. Let's see. And then we probably want to do like the swipe to navigate, but let me test it on my device real quick. Yeah, it does have quite some latency on there because it like you know, renders the whole page. I do like single page applications. I know Andreas doesn't like them, but let's see. Let's try building this. No, but yeah, I'll just make a single page application here. I know I'll get some comments from Andreas. He doesn't like them, but I do like everybody likes single page applications. They're great. So let's make a single page application here. So we have this content holder, and we'll just do it simple. In this content holder here, we have this content here. So what we just do is we just make like a layering. So we got the content holder, and I want kind of like my other stuff to come in there. So we'll go in here. We got the content holder. I think we should wrap the content holder in an element in a div block. And then we call this SPA. We got the single page application. That's the content holder. Single page application needs to be width 100%, height 100%, and it needs to be flex 1. Because like I don't like it if you have to reload the whole page. It's just going to cause some performance, you know, difficulties. So we'll just make a single page application here. Because it's kind of like just, it could just be a pop-up, right? It doesn't really matter how you structure that. So we got that. That's the content holder. We'll just call this now projects. Actually, we need to do it different. Need to do it a little bit different. This will be the SPA. Here you go. We'll move this outside of the SPA, and then I need to wrap this in an element. That's a div. And I take this card and wrap this in an element. That's a div. And then I look what was the gap, 1 point whatever, and I put this gap inside of here, and I'm going to call this now projects. Beautiful. Now I got the projects, and then I just duplicate this, and now I'm going to build under here my profile page, my profile. And the profile page is simple. It's basically just a form where they can update their information. So we'll just add a form inside of here where they can update their information. So we'll just actually click on here to just get a nice input so they can update their email, I think, and just request to delete the account because you have to do that with Apple. So we just we don't even need a form technically for that, but we'll just do best practices. So we have a form, and this form will be their name. So we'll just go, and I think we could just make this a little bit more subtle because it's not on that much of a lighter background. So we'll just, yeah, we'll make it a little bit more darker. We'll go on background. Yeah, that looks nice. So we got that snippet name here, and I'll just make this their email. So we'll make this an email input that's required true, and this will be then bound to, you know, their email variable. So we want to create a variable that's kind of like their user information. So user details so we can update those. So we do user details, and then, we'll just set that variable on auth me. So on auth me, on event, on success of that auth me, I'm going to set user details with the auth me data, which is pretty much just the email. But, depending on what your app is doing, that may extend. So we do have a pretty cool app now today. We do have that snippets. Oh, I need to improve that. But I think that's just because the editor renders some things client-side. So we do have that, and we have that profile. So now I want to go on this input here, and this value should come from user details, email. Got my email inside of here, right? And then they could change their email once they're authenticated. And we may require Face ID for them to even look at that page for security information. We can also implement that. And, because it's quite a, small form now. But we'll just, we'll copy a button that's going to submit a form. We'll delete that. And then we'll just go in this form here. And we'll make this form 1 rem with a space. And then we're going to say update details. Update details. Here you go. That's how they can update details. And then we probably maybe want to wrap this in a div block so they can also delete their account. So we'll just make like a section under here. So we have a form here that is update details, and we can just duplicate that form. And we'll just create a variable called delete confirm. Delete confirm, we'll make that empty, and I need to type in delete here. So I will bind this input with delete confirm so they can delete their account. And I'll make a placeholder, type delete to delete your account. Type delete to delete your account. Here you go. And then we'll go in here, delete account. And then we'll make this red. This is like danger zone. And then we'll go in here and we'll make this a nice red. Because you do need to provide this if you publish the app on Apple, that you're required to give people the option to delete their account because of data protection laws. And then we'll just also duplicate this inside of here, just like that. So we have my profile, and we do like edit profile. We probably want to update that comes from email. So that variable just always resets when you do certain things. But we got that here. That's nice. I would probably actually wrap those again in a div block. So we'll make a div block here. We'll take that form, put it in the div block, and then we'll give this a 1 rem styling. So we'll make this 1 rem. Probably, how do we have it? 1.5. So we'll make this 1.5 rem. And then we'll wrap this in an element. And we'll make this, take this form, put this in here. We'll make this 1.5 rem. Beautiful. So now we got that. So then we can go to the one that holds it and make this 2 rem or 2.5 rem. So they have more distance between, it looks kind of like more professional. We'll make that actually 3 rem. Here you go. Then we got that kind of like that page, that single page application. So now I kind of like want to see how we structure those things, because I do think we should then take this project and we have this as profile. So we got here profile, got project and profile. So in here we have project, and I want project to be width 100%, height 100% on flex 1. And I want profile to be width 100%, height 100% on flex 1. And then I make this absolute. Probably not flex 1. No, bad idea. Let's make this left 0 pixels, right 0 pixels, bottom 0 pixels. No, that's not a good idea. No, not a good idea. I think we need to be more clear about where this is in, right? So we have this and we have the single page application. And this single page application inside of here has its padding. So what we need to do actually, we need to wrap those in another div. And then we take this and we need to put this in here. I'm purposely not using any templates. We have a bunch of components on NoCode ProCode that make this way easier. But you know, if I use my template, I can't put it on the Discord and Toddle. So I'm just building everything from scratch today. So we'll take this in here and we got the single page application. We call this SPA content holder. And then I can, if this is now relative position, then I can make the children in here absolute. Here you go. Look at that. And I can make this absolute. And then we just work with the Z index based on which page it is on. And then we'll probably don't need to make this flex 1. We'll see about that actually. Because, oh, this SPA needs to be width 100%. That's why. And height 100%. So it fills it fully out. And then this one here needs to be flex 1. Or, yeah, it needs to be flex 1. And then we have this also height 100% on flex 1. So we kind of like built that inside of here. And why does, oh, it has a different gap. That's okay. So we have our pages inside of here. So now we kind of like, you know, we want to make a dynamic path on this dashboard. We probably, yeah, we have a dynamic path on here. We got dashboard, and then we would make this profile. So we would make this. Now this would be the path. This would be page. We call this SPA. And then this would be, for example, dashboard. So we can also use deep linking. Dashboard. So we put, not dashboard, dashboard. Here you go. And then we'll kind of like make those transition based on what state they're in. So we have projects, and we show projects if we have dashboard, right? So we go on projects here, and we add a class on hidden. So the default state here is that this will have a placement of, you know, 99. So it's over everything, right? And then we all of a sudden want to hide it. Now it has a hidden class. Now on hidden, I want to make this opacity 0, because it will hide it. And then on opacity 0, I also want to make placement -1 to move it back, so we have single page application. And then I add a transition of all elements, 300 milliseconds. Then I go to the profile, and I do the same thing. I add a class of hidden to the profile, and then I create the default state here, which has a placement of 99. And then on hidden, I'm going to add the hidden class inside of here, and I make that placement -1, and I'm going to make opacity 0. And now I'm going to make this programmatically. This is profile. So in here, I'm going to do SPA equals, and then I add profile. So this is not true, so it won't show the profile. And then I have projects in here. And then if projects SPA equals dashboard, we'll show this. So we'll see, is that correct? Right now we have dashboard. Doesn't seem to be correct, so we probably want to have a not on here. Here you go. Because if it is this, we want to hide it. Yes, it's not visible. So it's kind of like the other way around. So now we see, we got that. So what this button now would be doing, we would probably change it back to be a button. This is how we get faster load times, because it was very slow before, just because it wasn't a single page application. So now we'll remove those things here, those attributes. We'll keep the selected class. And when I click on here, we're going to update that path. So on click, I'm going to update that SPA to be profile. And now look how fast that is. Probably not the best animation actually, but it is quick, and we just have to improve some minor things. So now when I click on here, I want to change this back, the SPA, to be dashboard. Here you go. Yeah, but we need to improve some of our logic here. So we'll go on that projects here, on that profile, and on this. So we want to improve those. If it's hidden, we could actually make like a nice animation to kind of like make it a little bit better. So in here we have all, and in here the default doesn't have an animation. That's why we have that. So we add all on here, and let's see if that makes it nicer. Yeah, look at this. Looks like a React app. And no, Andreas doesn't like React, but it does look like a React app. Look at this. Look at this beautiful transition. Now we just need to update those based on which path they are on. So we'll just go to the button in here, and we got this selected, right? We need to kind of like duplicate this for all our menus. So we'll just take this button and duplicate it 2 times. Duplicate. So we already have that classes. I don't want to rebuild that. So we'll just take that SVG, remove it, right? And then we'll keep the other one because I need to rebuild the logic. And we'll just take this one, put this SVG in here, remove that SVG, go to this button, copy that workflow over to this one because we need to update that. Yeah. And then we'll go back to this workflow, copy this over, then we can delete it, go back to this one, paste it inside of here, and then we got that. Beautiful. Then we'll do that same with the profile. So on profile here, we set the SPA to profile. We'll move this over to this one. So we'll set it over to profile, and we take that SVG. We'll delete the button. We'll go in this one here, put it in here, and let's see if that all works. On profile, we're on here. Beautiful. Now we need to set those selected ones based on where it's on. So now if we're on profile, we're going to set the selected attribute to if SPA equals profile. That's true. And then on this button here, we'll do if SPA URL parameter equals dashboard. And now you see, beautiful. And then this one won't actually have that class at all because we're just, if we open this, we could make it so we have that animation, but I don't think that's needed because this is just like an action button. But yeah, here you go. We can change that between pages and then open that, inside of here. And we do have that animation. So we have that pretty much working. That's why I say like you can't do this kind of flexibility in other frameworks. This is like just working in Toddle. And of course we want to componentize things and follow best practices, but I do think a lot of people always say you have to componentize everything. Components are so important. The way I look at that is you first want to get something that's working and not worry too much on componentizing everything. And then once you got something that's working, once the idea is going, right, you can put it in components later on. You can clone the project, clean things up, because when you're building something, most of the time you don't already have the whole vision. It just comes in pieces. So it's easier if you build things on the page to just get your vision on something that somewhat works. And then once you got it working, you can go back to that vision and say, okay, now let's just clean this up. Let's just put this in here, put this in here. But I'm a fan on starting on the page. And then once I got a mess on the page, I'll turn it into components and put it back together like, Legos, just because it lets me, it lets me be creative and lets me think and have ideas as I build. And, it's not really linear. I'm not a linear person. So I do like that page approach, and then you turn it back into components to follow best practices and not get overwhelmed when you look at that page again. But, this is kind of like my approach in building that. I just want to share with you how I would build a mobile app inside of Toddle and Despia. And now we got that. Now we want to make an API call to update that. So we'll just create an API inside of Xano here that will update the profile. So we're just going to go inside of, and we'll just create a new group. So we'll do custom endpoint profile/update. That will be a post API. So profile/update. Here we go. Now what we want to do is we want to go on input. We want to put their new email. And actually this should be an input of email. So make this email, and this will be required. We'll add that input, and then we just add authentication, because if they're not authenticated, they shouldn't be able to update the email. We'll add CodeKeeper authentication. We'll save this, publish it, and then I'm going to go with edit record, and I get CodeKeeper users. I'll get them by the ID from the auth token auth ID, and then I just update the email. Xano already pre-filled that. So now I'll return this as user underscore record, and I want to make sure to not return the OTP. I'll save this, update preferences, publish the whole thing, right? And now I am good to integrate this inside of my Toddle application. So let's copy the endpoint URL, and now I'm going to create a new API. We'll paste this API inside of here, copy this profile/update. I'm going to continue. We'll paste that name inside of here, make it a post. Now we need to add the email parameter. We can just add it as a parameter. I would now bind this to an email variable, and we don't have an email variable, surprisingly. So let's just create an email variable. My voice is gone tomorrow. Let's do that in here, and we'll want to link this. Oh, we do have an user details variable, so we don't need an email variable. We can delete that. I forgot about that. Let's just reload. Beautiful. We'll go in here. Beautiful. There you have it. So now we got that input, and it maps it, to, it maps it now to name. So we need to go to user input again, user details, and take the current user details, and we're going to set this inside of here, and we're going to set email, and we'll set email with event target value. There you have it. Now I go on that input field. We want to make sure it's required. That's true. Now we go on the form, and then on form submit, we prevent default, and we're going to call the profile update API. Now the profile update API needs to be bound to that actual email that we inputted. So I'm going to go now, and we are going to go on snippet/update, and I take the parameter. Oh no, it's profile/update. My bad. And we take that parameter and we map it with user details. Here you go, user details email. And we'll then update, we'll be able to update that email for that user. Now it is important that this user doesn't update the email to an email that already exists in the database. So we want to add some server-side protection for that. So we'll add a function here, and we look for has record. And we look if there is a record for CodeKeeper users. We're going to look if CodeKeeper users, and we'll put that email in here. No, actually, we take that column of that email and we map it with the input of email. And then the response will be has_user. We'll ignore that, has user. And then under has user, we want to have a precondition. And that precondition is looking, and it's only allowing me continue with that if has user equals false. if that user doesn't exist in the database yet, right? So we want to try that, and then the precondition of that will be access denied, and then the error message will be this user already exists in our database. Please try a different email. So you see in this video, we are using multiple methods to communicate error messages. We had, whenever an error is, we do client side to put error messages and show them to your users. And we now use the server to communicate those and render them dynamically. Why am I doing that? Not because you should use sometimes this method or sometimes this method, even though I'm not against doing that. But I want to show that. So this video here gives you all the options. It's like a recipe. It's like a menu card in a restaurant, and you just pick the thing that you like and that works for you. So you don't have to follow whatever I do blindly. I'm not a fan of best practices. You just see everything that is possible in this video, and you pick the thing that you like. So this user already exists in our database. Please try a different email. Here you go. We'll save this. Let's publish. And let's try using this. Let's put an email in here that is user@gmail.com. I probably should actually do one that I have. And let's do like billing@despia.com. And we'll run this. And you see it will update that email successfully. Now, if I already run billing.despia again, it will say this user already exists in our database. Please try a different email, right? So we do get that error message now back. So now we can work with that. So now if I submit this form, I do this API, and let's just click on here, and let's make this billing. And then we'll update this. We got to update a few things because this is going to do profile update, right? But this button is also triggering another API call, which is problematic. So we want to remove that. That's sometimes the issue if you copy and paste elements in Toddle. You copy and paste logic from other things over. But we got the button inside of here. And now we just want to make this a form submit button. So we do type submit. We do that. Now we got the form, and then on form submit, we run this. And then if we look at our API call here for profile update, we see authentication required. We forgot to add the authentication. But now if you run it again, it's going to say this user already exists in our database. Please try a different one. So we want to kind of like have now an error handler for our, profile page. Probably the easiest way to do that is to create like a variable that is like a global variable, again, where we use set and get filters to navigate those things. So I'm just going to say profile error. Let's do edit profile error. So we'll do edit profile error, and we'll create an object here. So we'll add an object, and we'll say message, and then there's no message, and then we do show message, and that will be false. So we got message, show message, false. And then we want to do that same thing also for my profile. But actually, we could just use our native confirm for those things. We don't even know. No. Here's the thing. I don't even need to worry about making this with native components in Toddle. I can save myself so much time. Let's change this. Let's change this up. I can kill this whole variable. It's great. I love it. Let's just delete this. Like edit profile error. We'll delete that one. We'll use the native Despia package. Here you go. That's why we have the package. We'll go on submit, on error. We'll just do Despia alert dialog. And then we'll just show the error message. So I go in here on profile update, and I go with error, and then I would do the message. So let's just create an error real quick. just reload the page. We go in here, and then I would run this again. Here you go. It does also do the native browser dialog, so you still get that on the browser version, but we would then do the message. Here you go. Beautiful. So now when I click on here, I do get that browser dialog, but on Despia it's already automatically treated as the native dialog. So if I click on here, we see the page beautifully changes, and then it just says, the native alert that you did something wrong. And that's beautiful. That saves a lot of time in building those things. Very cool. So we got that now working. And now what we want to do is we want to do something similar for the delete, because now it actually works, but we should probably reload that information. So on success here, after this updated it, right, we want to reload the auth me information so that this information here is also properly set up. And then again, if we reload that auth me information, I think we do have that event on auth me to update that. So this will automatically update that. We don't need to run this update event as well again when we reuse it, because this is where we have global events on APIs to kind of like do that for us. That's beautiful. And now we just need to do the delete one. So with that, I want to implement a server-side protection, not a client-side protection, because that could cause some issues. I want to make sure that we validate if the user typed delete on the server to make sure that everything is protected. So for this, what we need to do is we need to create an API inside of Xano. So we'll go inside of Xano, we'll create a new custom endpoint, and we'll make this profile/delete. And we'll make this a post endpoint. Profile/delete. We'll make authentication from CodeKeeper users. We'll save this. And now inside of here, we'll do delete record. We'll do CodeKeeper users. We'll get it by ID. And we'll get it by ID from the auth ID. Just like that. Now we'll save this. And it's going to delete the record. But we want to have a precondition, right? The precondition is, and this will now be over here, and we need to add an input. So we'll create this, and we call this validation. Validation. This is required. And we have the user enter validation. We'll do delete. Actually, if we make this required, we run into issues with strange error names. So we'll just, because we have the precondition anyway, we don't need to have this input required. So we'll do delete, and then the precondition will be validation equals delete. Here you go. And then we'll do the error message. We'll say, please type delete to delete your account with us. Something like that. Here you go. Now we're going to have access denied, and then we'll save this. Beautiful. And then we could also, delete all the records, but I think that will maybe a little bit too much for this video. I don't know if there's like an upload limit on YouTube. But we could do all those cool things. This is what we do in office hours. If you want more things like this, you got to join office hours. But here you go. Now if I put delete O, it's going to say, please type delete to delete your account with us, because I don't want to delete the account yet. So here you go. So we got that working. That looks beautiful. So we'll copy that URL, and we'll just move this inside of here. So now we got the API. We'll put profile/delete inside of here. And we are going to make profile delete. This will be a post API. We'll add the header for authentication. Beautiful. Now if I run this, it's going to say, access denied. And we also need to add the parameter. So we need to add the parameter validation. Oh, let's just copy that to make sure. It's a complicated word. Let's just copy that here. Click outside of it. publish the API. We'll make sure that everything is up to date. And now we're going to put that word in here, validation. And we'll now bind this with our delete confirm, right? So now I have this input here. This is bound with delete confirm. So if I type inside of here, delete without an E, right? And I look at delete confirm, I got delete. And if I now go on this form here, make sure that everything is on the button, right? On this form here, on form submit, we prevent default. And I want to make the profile delete. And then on success, we're just going to go to URL that will be / the home page. And on error, I'm just going to use the handy alert, Despia alert, and we're just going to actually respond with the message. So how about I click here? And oh, it's set as an email. We got to remove that. It's just text. So we'll just click on here. And now we got an error message. Now, with nothing saying yet, so I need to go in this form on submit, on error, and then the error message will come from the profile delete error message. And then please type, delete to delete your account. And we get that native message here. Delete account. It will say, please type delete to delete your account with us. Okay. And then this will work also in our app. So if I reload this in the app, right, I got my beautiful app in here. I go to the profile section. I click delete. This field, first of all, is required. So we'll automatically say, hey, you got to fill this out, which is also very important. But now if I click delete, like a wrong one, it's going to say, the error message, the native one, please type delete. So we got this beautifully working. Surprisingly, it's working very well. So what we now want to do, and actually, I'm surprised. Where did my custom CSS go? I think we, by mistake, may have deleted that. Or I'm in an alternate reality. So how about we add that black CSS on the body again. So we'll add a style tag here real quick. And we'll do body. And I do background minus color. And I do hashtag 000,000. And I close that. And then I have that body, and I want to make it just on the top. Let's try that. Yeah. Because now if I open that keyboard, it's not going to be funky. So if I open that app now on my mobile device, beautifully, as you can see, and I'm going to, beautiful. So nice. So nice. Though I want clicks on those here. So on click, I want to have haptic feedback. Heavy. I may get actually rejected for using so much haptic feedback on my app with Apple, but I don't care. I'll keep the super haptic one on my TestFlight account. They can't remove it from there. Heavy. Yes. And now I want to try this again. I like haptic feedback on apps. It's very nice. So cool. Very cool. I love it. There you go. So we go in here, right? And I can update some details. Now it's going to say, hey, you can't update that email. That's an error. You've got to fill out this thing. And now if I scroll, you see there's nothing funky with the keyboard because it automatically, zooms into that space where you need to have it. So if I click on here, it has to go up. It has to move the screen up a little bit. But then the background won't be white because the body color is set. So that's also very important. Yeah, and I think that's beautiful. Let's look at that. Yeah. Just beautiful. Also, what we want to do is whenever I click this button, I want to redo the auth me. So we want to redo the auth me on any of those buttons just to make sure that that data is updated when I go in here. So we'll do the auth me again. Why is that? Think about it. If I go in here and I were to delete blocked navigation, I think I'm logged out. Let me show you this then on the simulator. Here you go. A lot of change since we left. So let's look at this again. Now, on the simulator, if I click on here, and if I remove this, and I click on here and I click on here again, I need this setup back, right? So this is why we have that. But I do need to actually change the placeholder text, because this is count email, right? And then we go in here, type delete, that is correct. So let's look if all the inputs are correct. You know, like if I'm delete that, code snippet name, description, that looks good. And if I click again, you see it updates it. Beautiful. I click on here. Now this is saying undefined because I do think I have some authentication conflict. So we'll try this again. Beautiful. Let's click on here again. Yeah, this is saying undefined. I don't know why that is. So name is not available. So we'll just create a new name variable. I may have accidentally deleted that. But that's the beautiful thing about Toddle. The moment I create the variable I deleted, it's all synced up again, right? If I type in here, name is filled out. You can't, you know, like in Wiz, this would, you know, would probably cause a lot of problems. So we do have those things all nicely set up inside of Toddle. And I think we're mostly done with our app. I think it's pretty cool. We can delete our account. If we were to delete our account, we're going to be navigated back and that account is gone. I do think we got the perfect app inside of here, even though I would think it would dramatically improve the experience if we also delete all their snippets when they delete their account, right? So how about we do that, because we're already too far into this. I want to make sure that it is good. So we'll delete this account with the ID. And then we're also doing a query all records in Xano. Query all records in Xano. And we're going to go with the code keeper snippets. And we're going to make a custom query. And we're going to take the auth ID. And this needs to equal the, or we could do it other way around, doesn't really matter, the user ID. That's the table reference. And then we'll output this as snippets. We'll save this, and then it automatically says, do you want to add a loop? We want to add a loop. Yes. We'll save this. And then we want to output this as snippet. Xano sometimes doesn't save things, which is a little bit concerning. We will make this snippets. Save this, update the preference. Now in here, if I add a stop and debug, and I just return the item, and I hide the delete record because it's going to cause trouble, and I make sure that delete is actually properly written. Oh, here you go. I'm going to get this item back with an ID. So what I want to do inside of here is I want to run a delete record in this loop for the codekeeper snippets, for the individual one, and I take the item, paste in the subpath that I copied in here, click on define, and delete it by the ID. And then I'm going to delete all of them. This is how I do the mass data wipe off or wipe out or whatever. So I'm deleting that, and I'm going to go on publish. And now I got it all working. So now we clean up all their data when they delete their account. So this is a fully compliant iOS mobile app built inside of Toddle here. We use native functionalities. We have haptic feedback, maybe too much. Maybe if we get rejected, we get rejected because we have too much haptic feedback. And we got that. But actually, we do miss one thing. We can't delete our code snippets. That's a good point, and I do think we should add that functionality. So let's wrap this button in an element that will be a div, and we'll duplicate this button. So we'll duplicate this button. Beautiful. Then we'll take this div, and we'll make it go to the side, and we'll collapse those. We'll take the second button. That will be, you know, flex 1. And then we'll take the first button. There will be just height 3 rem and side 3 rem. Here you go. And then we'll go in this div and we'll add a 0.75 rem gap. Or 0.5 rem. 0.5 rem gap. Beautiful. Maybe I want to make that 4 rem. 3.5 rem. Here you go. And I go inside of here and delete the text. Or actually, I do like how we structured that. So we'll keep that show and hide. We just need to reset it up. So let's go to Relume icons in here, and we'll take a trash bin icon, like a delete icon. So we'll do delete. And which one is nice? They're all not that nice, but it's the nicest one here. Copy that. Paste it in here on the div. No, I don't like that. It doesn't look like a delete. Yeah, this is more like a delete. We'll copy that for Figma. And we'll go in here. Oh, we'll go one step back. And we'll paste this. We'll delete this. And now we got our delete icon. So now I want to make this button. Should be nice and red so it stands out. Here you go. And then we want to make that text color white. And now we have our delete button. Now we want to remove all logic that we currently have on that button. And probably all show and hide stuff. And we also have to fix some other show and hide stuff on other things. But we'll do one thing at a time. So we now have that delete button. Now we need to also create logic to also delete a snippet. So we have snippet/delete. So we'll create a custom endpoint for snippet/delete. Snippet/delete. That will be a post endpoint with authentication for code keeper user authentication. We'll save this. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add in here, we need to receive the ID of the snippet. So we call this ID. So will be required. We'll get that anyway because we log it when we open it, right? But then we're going to now add a delete record inside of Xano, and we will delete the record based on CodeKeeper snippets, and we'll just delete it based on ID. And now this is again not the most secure way. We would probably also add some preconditions, some custom function to check the owner of the snippet. Is it the owner who's authenticated? But you know, this is something we'll do in office hours. Those more complex things. This is just to show you how to set up you know, the bare minimum of a mobile app and get something really great on the App Store in a day. But we'll save this here, and I want to show you it's possible because this is live. This is no cuts, no I'll do this behind the scenes. You follow me how I build it one-to-one. This is me building a mobile app right now and publishing it and putting it on there. So, you know, this is just like real-time live. Not live, but it's real-time. And we'll save this inside of here, and that looks good. We'll publish that endpoint, and we got this all working. Now we'll copy the endpoint URL, and we'll go in here, add our API inside of here. We'll paste that inside of here, snippet delete. We'll copy that, go on continue, and then we add our parameter for ID. And then we'll take this ID actually from edit snippet ID. That's how we get the ID of the current snippet. Beautiful. And then we'll just name the path. This will be a post endpoint. And then I want to add the header for authorization. Beautiful. Now I go on this button, and I go on this button, on click. I'm going to run the delete API, and I'm going to go on success. After this was successfully deleted, I want to go and I want to make an API call again. So I want to make sure that I'm recalling all snippets. So snippet all, and on success of that, I'm going to go to to wipe out that variable, show snippet editor false, and I'm going to have haptic feedback for error. So like it was deleted, this is gone by error. Or a warning. We'll do the warning sequence. Warning. Here you go. We got the warning sequence. Actually, let's make the success because it was successful, right? We'll do success on here. And then on error, we'll do the haptic feedback for error. Here you go. And we'll not wipe it out like we would do inside of here on success. After, oh, this was on success on snippet all. We got to remove that here. No, that's bad. Unclick on here. We do snippet delete. On error of snippet delete, we want to show the error haptic. And then on success, we'll recall the API. Then once that API was reloaded, we'll hide the modal by setting the variable, and then we'll have the success haptic. So we got that all working. Now we just kind of like need to show and hide those elements. So we'll add a show and hide on here. And we look at snippet/delete is loading. And when it's not loading, I want to show the delete button. Beautiful. Then we go on the span, and I'm going to set show on here as well. If snippet/delete is loading, here you go. We'll delete that based on if it is, not being deleted, or, if it is deleted. So we got that set up, and we'll test it in a moment, but I don't have anything else left otherwise in here, so I just want to, first do some other things. But now we want to actually try the loader inside of here, because when I do this, we see there is no loader. So we need to update those show and hides that we copied over. That's like always the risk when you copy things over. So this needs to be with profile update is loading, and then this needs to be also set to profile/update is loading. So then when I click on here, we get the appropriate loader for a split second. We'll do the same thing with delete. This delete text will need to be on profile/delete is loading. And then the other one need to be on profile/delete is loading. So when we attempt to delete it, even though it will not be successful, we'll get that loader. But the precondition is kicking in super fast. So we won't see the loader, but you get the idea. While you're deleting, you get that loader. And we want to double check that that delete logic is all correct, right? We have on error, we'll show the alert. On success, we go to URL because it was deleted. We'll lock them out. Beautiful. Yeah, that seems like a good plan. We may be also, when we lock them out by deleting on success on delete, we probably also want to set session cookies for an access token that's 1 to 3 and expires in 2 seconds. And then on success of that, we're going to then navigate, because that way we wipe up the cookie that is already set up, so we won't have them accidentally redirect and have them go through a loop. Especially with Xano, it can take a little bit until those tokens are unvalidated. But yeah, that's pretty much, I think, everything that we need for a compliant mobile app that the app stores will love. Let's see. So now we can risk it and delete this project here. And now it says, no snippets. But that no snippets thing is probably not super ideal setup, so we want to improve it a little bit. Which modal is it? That's this one, this pop-up, no snippets. We'll make it part of our SPA, actually. So we go in here, we have our projects, and we have our profile. Inside of projects, we could just add the no snippets as a pop-up. Here you go. So we have that inside of, it should be inside of projects. So we have projects, and then we have our pop-up inside of here, and the content. So we got the pop-up, and we got projects. This is relative, right? And we have that. So this needs to be absolute. So then we have it inside of here. So then when we create a project, you see, we kind of like have that funky here. So we need to kind of like improve its Z index as well, probably 9,999. Let's click on here. It's still not doing that. That's very interesting. Projects though is over. No, we got projects here. We got that in here. We could just make this part of pop-up on this, but why is that? This is interesting. How far do I have to make the Z index of this pop-up? Okay. Oh, I think I'd increase the Z index of projects. Yeah, this needs to be 99, but project pop-ups need to have a higher one. So we move pop-ups inside of here. And then when I click on here, damn it. We'll do projects. Is this bound to anything here? SPA? No, it's normal. We got that all set up. And then if pop-up here is in the hidden state, yeah, now we have that move up, but we scale it down. I don't think that should cause trouble though. Let's see. We have this pop-up here, and oh, does this even have a background color? No, it doesn't have background. That's why it's the issue. We need to make this black, and then it will not cause that error. Yeah, here you go. Look at that. Yeah, now we got that effect. So we create a new one, and we'll call this Despia API, and then we do API for Despia, and then we do window.location. Oh, dot location dot. Oh, Toddle equals hey. And then we'll create that snippet. He'll remove it. We see that in here. We can edit things and we can delete it. And then we got to delete, and now they say there are no snippets. And we probably, when we create it, we want to wipe out this data. So let's look at this here. This is bound with name. So when we create a snippet here, we probably want to wipe those variables out. So let's go in here on create on success. We'll, after it reloaded, we'll wipe out the name. We'll wipe out the code. We'll wipe out the code, and we'll wipe out the description. So it resets all of those things. So when I now create that snippet and I open this again, it didn't wipe this one out. So where's this one coming from? This one is coming from value Despia API. It's coming from name. So when I click on here and I'm wiping out the name, I'm wiping out the email. That's my bad. I need to wipe out the name, and that name will be wiped out. So that is it. Here you go. And then I just do Despia API and then do some random stuff in here. I got that. Now I can delete those. Here you go. I can delete this. I can create a new one. I start blank. Beautiful. I can go to my profile, reset those things. Pretty snappy. And it's beautifully working. So that is it. Now what we want to do with Despia, we want to rebuild our Despia app one more time and then send it to the App Store, and also before that review it in Xcode, because we want to now put this to the main branch now that our general idea is working. So we'll go on publish here, and we're going to make this the final branch. We're going to now put this in motion. You probably want to publish a Despia thing under your custom domain once you have that set up in Toddle, but since I don't have a domain for this, I'll just use my live app branch, right? Now I got this all set up beautifully. I'll copy this and I go back to the Despia app, and I'll change the start URL to be this one inside of here. You know, I'll make sure to reload the page to see how this loads. Works beautiful. So now from here, there are multiple things that I can do. I can now just export this as an Android project. For that, we actually need to do a few things to make it, you know, look beautiful. But we'll start with iOS. It's a little bit simpler. So first, I want to build my iOS package, right? And we already have those things set up. By the way, I've made an update. Now we have the group ID and the bundle ID in here, so it's easier for you to do those things. But we do already have most of that set up inside of App Store Connect. So we just take the bundle ID here, and we just want to try it in the simulator and make sure that it builds in Xcode successfully. And if you don't have that available, you can always auto-publish, but you shouldn't auto-publish too many times because that can cause trouble. You should, when you test, always test in Xcode, or, you know, like just build one test version on your test branch. Always keep the branch the same using the auto-publish. And then when you are ready to make production, you'll publish the producted version. So you have like 2 publishings per app submission, kind of like, you know, that's kind of like best practices to make sure that, you know, you don't get any troubles with your Apple account, and, you know, you have all kinds of different stuff in there. Because when you make an update in Despia, inside of Toddle, you don't need to update anything. You just need to update the Despia app if you change anything in here on the side panel that you want to have reflected on your mobile application. But Now we'll open this, and we'll open this in Xcode, and we'll build this real quick, and we'll see how this works on the simulator. It's loading. It's doing thousands of files. It's crunching them. Here you go. And now the build was successful, and we want to test it in the mobile simulator. The first time, again, it takes a little bit. It takes a few seconds to get going because we're running this kind of like in a virtual iPhone here. So we'll just be a little bit patient, and then we have a great, we have a great app inside of here. And we can then always commit. From now on, you only need kind of like to, unless you change anything on the app itself, you only need to commit changes, if you change something inside of Despia. Or there is a new iOS update, and we tell you, hey, we just created a new version for you and automatically put that on Xcode for you, on App Store Connect. But we'll put an email in here. We'll create a new account. Andreas at, I probably should use something that I have an email to, despia.com. He doesn't work for us. I just need a sample email. And we'll sign up and log in. And let's get that access code. I love Apple's new wildcard email feature. It's pretty cool. Here you go. I got that code. I'll put the code in here. And it's 306153. Sign up or log in. And now I got my app. I can create my snippets. Look at this. I got my profile, super snappy, super nice, great experience, wonderful mobile application. Let's create a snippet together. It won't look like this. It won't look better on your mobile phone. Despia test 123 JS. We'll put JSON in here, create snippet, and we got a snippet inside of here. Then I can go here, click on here to edit the snippet. I can then also go in here and delete the snippet. Beautiful. We built a full mobile application that runs on a mobile device. Now, if you want to test this on your device, you would just click in here and select your device, make sure it's plugged in, click on here, and then run the build again. That's how you get it on your device. But, we tested it on the simulator. That works well. So we're just going to go back inside of here. We're going to close Xcode. You can keep those files. I would suggest keep them because we as of right now, don't save them for you yet, but we'll add that in the next update. So we keep track of your kind of like your branching and your versioning. And now we want to also kind of like start building the Android app. So for Android, we don't have auto publishing yet, but I don't think you really need that because you just need to build an APK. This thing in here, is a mobile app build. This is your mobile app. You could now just run this in Xcode and send it to the App Store. But we do have an easier way. We have automated publishing. And now we're going to use automated publishing to pull a new update to the App Store Connect. But I also want to show you how to do that now with the Android. So I open the Android app. For Android, it's a little bit different. I just rename the folder. And I just add, after that folder, minus my app name. So code keeper v1 as an example. And then I open Android Studio. Oh, that is wrong. I open Android Studio. There you go. I got so much things going on. I open Android Studio. Here you go. I'll move my app inside of here. I trust the project. And now it's going to start building the project. It's going to show a bunch of errors that it's resolving because right now it's loading all the dependencies. It's going to load that whole project. And you're going to see that we need to change one thing on our branch, actually, to make it look better on Android. And that is kind of like calculating in their notch change that Android has. But this is a whole step-by-step tutorial helping you build your first mobile application inside of Toddle and Despia. So I'm excited to talk about all the details today with you. It's loading a little bit. It's kind of like building a whole application and importing thousands of dependencies, thousands and thousands. So we'll look at that and then we'll resolve that as well. Here you go. Now it's going quick. So now we can build this app and we can test it on an emulator. Here you go. It's going to open the Pixel. And it's actually still an old app, so it will probably restart that. It will rebuild everything. Here you go. Now it's launching on device. Now we have the new app. Here you go. We allow push notifications. Welcome. And now we can log in and we get the whole app going on. Let's do this. Like Andreas@despia.com. He doesn't work for us. I'm legally required to tell you that. And now we do the access code. Oh, that's cool. Here you go. I'll put 544639. Here you go. We'll sign up and log in. And now we have the whole application. The whole same thing. Look at this. The same thing. Beautiful user experience. Works completely the same. And actually, it does look good. I don't think we need to change anything. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Oh. Damn. We need to add a little bit more padding because they don't calculate the notch from here to here. They calculate from here to here. So in Android, the display is from here to here and not from here to here. So we have access inside of Despia for the user agent. Let's change this. We don't need to even make an update if we change anything in Toddle because it automatically pulls it the way Despia works. So we're just going to go now create a new branch here. We'll say Android bar. Android bar. We'll create this Android bar and we'll make one simple change that's going to make it so much better. So we'll add a few rem. I think this looks like 2 rem. Yeah, this is a job for 2 rem. So we'll go in here on this and we'll create a class called Android. And then on this Android class here, we'll create a style for the Android class and we create a top padding of 1 rem. Or actually 2.75 rem. I feel good about that. And now I want to go in here and I want to do user agent includes Android. It doesn't include Android, so not showing it inside of here. So we only add this extra top padding on the Android device. So now I can just close the Android app, open that app again on my Android device. We'll have the beautiful launch screen. And now, as you can see, oh, shit, didn't work. Okay, it should work. Let's double check on that. If I have the Android class, it does add the padding. Android. Let's see, it should include Android. Let's log the user agent somewhere in here. Let's add a text and we'll double click on here. Maybe I need to change something on the repo. Maybe someone made approved a pull request. Let's see, let's do user agent. And let's reload that app inside of here. Here you go. I don't like Android. But we'll open this again. It doesn't give us any user agent. Huh. That's weird. It should do that. So I gotta fix something on Despia real quick and I'll be back in a snap. We'll just keep that in here. So I thought I would go insane. It wasn't a Despia problem. It was I forgot to publish the branch inside of Toddle. So how about we'll just publish the branch with the user agent and look at that again? Because now that we are in production, when we do those last production changes, we always have to publish the main branch because we have set up the app to work on the main branch. So that was the thing. So let's just, oh, I accidentally deleted that device. Let's just create a new one. Let's just, create virtual device. And we'll take the Pixel 9 Pro. Well, okay with that. And now we'll finish that emulator. Beautiful. We'll just reload everything and we'll be able to continue with that. Beautiful. Let's play this on here. Now it's going to build the app and start the emulator. So make sure to build the app, right? So it does all that stuff. We'll open this now on a Pixel device. Here you go. Beautiful. Now we want to make sure that we built that app. Now we'll build that app. Here you go. It'll start the app now, and we'll be able to see the user agent somewhere down here where I put it on there. Okay. Now I got to log in again because we are on a new device. And then I'll do Andreas at despia.com. Again, he doesn't work for us. Oh, it's just complete typo. But again, I have wildcard. I'm using wildcard emails. So I got that working. So can I just type? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes it easier. I do 971617. Log in or sign up. And we're good. And now it says Despia Android. Here you go. Despia Android. Here you go. Android. So, does it add the extended padding? Yes, it does add the, thank God. So it does work. I forgot to publish the branch. You see how it adds that extended padding on the top? So now I can just make a new branch to remove the bug that, it's not a bug, that help that we look at the user agent. Because the user agent tells your application in which version of Despia it's being viewed, if it's an iPad, if it's an iPhone, if it's a, whatever device it is. So we look at that here. And now I'm just, again, Android Studio and Toddle don't work well together if you have them open at the same time. It's going to be a little bit more buggier than usually. And record at the same time in 4K. So we'll just delete this. Takes a little bit now. And we'll publish this. And we'll, and Xcode open. And we'll just publish this to the final branch. And now we got the most beautiful iOS and the most beautiful Android app ever. Now we're just going to build the Android application, and then we're good to go. So now that's pretty much it. We'll open this again inside of here. We'll reload. We'll rebuild everything, and we'll test it again in the emulator. We'll test that now. We do have it for iPhone on our device because I'm an Apple user. But now we do allow those information here. Yeah, we'll restart the app. And now we're authenticated. Here you go. Works beautifully. Yeah, everything works. Create a snippet. Beautiful. And we do have that extra space that we don't have on iOS. So that works. Now, if we want to run this to test it on a device, we would go on actually build. And we would then go in here, build bundle and APKs. And we do build APK. Now it's going to build the Android app because Android apps use APKs. And now it built the APK. We click on locate and we'll drag that APK outside of here. That's the Android app. You can run this now on your device. Now, if we want to build this and publish this to the Android store, we would go on build. We would go on build app bundle / APKs. Actually, generate signed app bundle APK. We would click on here. Now in Android Studio, it will take a little bit. Again, I'm recording in 4K and having the Toddle website open, which is not that lightweight. So let's just open a different site here. Let's just close tab. Here you go. Let's just go back here on build and generate signed app bundle. Here you go. We make an APK. We'll go next. Now you need a key store path. You would create a new key store path, fill in all the information, your password, and confirm the password for that key store path. And then you would make sure to save all those informations, because if you don't save your key store path, you won't be able to update your Android app ever again. And then we'll just pretend we have a key store path. We would put the key store password in here, the key alias, all those information, and then we would continue with our publishing process. But first it's suggested try with the APK first, and then you continue with that publishing. But we'll also have automated publishing for Android as of right now in the works, but you can already publish that app, and it's actually pretty simple. And worst case, you get someone on Fiverr who's an expert and already published thousands of apps, or at least hundreds, that does it for $25, right? This is nothing crazy. But yeah, this is how you make an Android app. Now we got an Android app running. We got an iOS and an Android app all built in one video. This is iOS. That's Android. We got them right in here, and that's the build APK. And now we want to put the iOS app on App Store Connect. So it is on the App Store, and then we can publish it after we created our screenshots and marketing materials and all those things. So we go back to Despia and we go on auto publish, and we're just going to click on send to App Store in one click. It'll take 3 minutes and we'll be all published on the App Store, and we're ready to have this, update on TestFlight. So let's make a 3-minute break because now it's building, and in 3 minutes we'll have updates. So now you see inside of App Store Connect, we do have the version 2 that's currently processing. So let's reload. And this is the nice thing about Despia. The iOS publishing is arguably probably the most complicated one, and it does it all automatically for you. Isn't that amazing? So we got that all set up. Now it's taking a little bit longer in loading with the App Store Connect. Of course, because it is working, it's looking at the files, it's looking for compliance. It'll ask us a compliance question. And then once we have that set up, we'll be able to send this to TestFlight. And then once we approve it on TestFlight, I'll show you how to submit the build version to the App Store. Still processing, can take a little bit. But in the meantime, I want to take the time to tell you that Despia is currently on sale. If you watched this video before the new year, and if you watch it before the new year, you can get it for $199 one time. And if you watch it in the new year, it's still a good deal, even though it's not $199 anymore. Let's reload. Competitors are so much expensive. We have one competitor who's $37,000. It's still processing. It can take a little bit, but we'll just reload it. Here you go. Now it says missing compliance, so we'll just manage this. And then I say none of the algorithms above. We're going to save that. And now it's ready for submit. It can take a few seconds, and then we should get an email from TestFlight that we can now test this on our device, the native mobile app. Here you go. Now I got my email from TestFlight. I'm ready to test it. So now I just open on my mobile device the TestFlight app. So we go to TestFlight. It's out of here. And I'm going to now update that app. Now it's going to update it. So you can see right here. And then we'll be able to test this directly inside of TestFlight. Slows a little bit. But yeah, we got that nice inside of TestFlight right here to test the mobile app. It's loading a little bit. And now we can open that app, and I want to show you how this looks. Look at that. Beautiful. And now I can authenticate here. I can put my email in here. test@despia.com. Get the code. And look at this. It autofills the code. Look at this. It's beautifully working. It's such a great mobile app. That's so cool. Just look at this animation. Look at this. You see how this expands and is so beautiful. This is so cool. So this is how you build a mobile app inside of Despia. And now we have that second version. That's the final one. We approve it. Works beautifully. Now you want to send this to the App Store. So if you go to distribution inside of App Store Connect and you have your version 1, right? You need to fill out the promotional tags, the description, the keywords, the support URL, the marketing URL, the copyright. You need to go also to privacy and fill out your privacy policy. Otherwise, you can't submit it. But besides those things, I think you can figure them out yourself. You would need to hover over over build, remove the build, it auto selects, add a new build, add the build you want to publish. In our example, the second build. You go on done, and then after you've filled out all the other information that is mandatory, you're going to click on Add for Review, and it was sent to the App Store. That's how easy Despia makes it, building mobile apps. They work beautifully, smooth, crisp, snappy, fast, and they just work great with Toddle, especially with Toddle together. You can build high-quality web apps, and you have a super easy distribution process to get it out there in the channels with the App Store. And the most important thing is you own your code. You have access to the source code for Android, for iOS. You can give this code to a developer to add things in there that we don't even know of if you want to do that, if that makes you happy. With Despia, you have the flexibility because you own your app. We don't own your app. You own your whole source code. You own your whole app. If you pay for your license and you own that, what you paid for. That's the beautiful thing about Despia, and nobody can take that away, right? If you use other tools, you're at the mercy of the tool keeping up their service. You're at the mercy of the tool, being great. You're at the mercy of them not raising their rates, right? With Despia, you own your code. You can, you don't need to pay our $19.99 a month once we start next year and charging a monthly fee for the automated publishing, right? You can just spin up your own Code Magic server and run it on there after you paid for your license one time, right? That's the nice thing. We don't keep you in a gate where we own your app and you don't. With Despia, the idea is you're free. You own your source code. You can go to a competitor that offers more competitive CI/CD pricing or whatever makes you happy, right? You can spin up your own pipeline. But we'll have an API. We have cool stuff coming. But the nice thing is you're free to choose in whatever direction you want to go, if you want to go in that direction. And sometimes you work with clients who want the source code. You work with clients who want their own, maybe who have iOS developers who want their own, team in charge of those things. And even Despia can help you with those things. So it's a beautiful technology. It's a beautiful system. And if you want to get access to that, go to despia.com. It is available for Android and for iOS. Log in, sign into your project, then you'll be guided to your dashboard, right? And if you want to log in the price, you would go to, your Despia app, for example, and you would go, and that's actually one that goes to a 404. Probably I should show someone that doesn't go to a 404 page. Here you go. You would go on Export iOS project, for example. You would click on Build, and then if you haven't paid yet, it'll ask you to please pay for your Despia plan. And once you pay that price is locked in for this app. You paid that, and you're good to go. And same with Android. If you want to buy that Android license, click on Publish Android. It'll buy the Android license, or if you haven't already, buy the hybrid license and buy them both at the same time. And that's how you can purchase that, right? You can only purchase it if you want to export the code or if you want to auto-publish here, right? Then you will be asked to purchase that. If you want to lock in your price today, just make sure to click on those buttons after you create your project and you're good to go. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate that. Also, thank you so much for your interest in Despia. This really means the world to me. Thank you also so much for supporting me across every step of the journey. And thank you so much to the Toddle team for offering this wonderful possibility to integrate Despia natively